Okay. First stream of with ads engaged. I hope they aren't super obtrusive. I tried to do my best for them. And I hope I actually get that darn warning thing that tells me that they're coming up. I hope that's working too. Really ought to dust off this microphone covering at some point. Okay, loading's all done. Also did some more looking into trying to get my gear up, and it turns out Renacita is actually just about the best I have, minus the there's that one set of Allegan new Allegan Tombstone gear, I think, that I think is better, but it's like the higher tier from the it's the third tier. There's the Poetics, which is the first, and then there's that second tier, which I'm currently gathering, and then there's the third one, which seems like either really rare or that I'm just not gathering often enough. Either way, I'm sure that'll be some heavy grinding. But at the very least, the second tier of gear that the Radiant Host stuff is wearing would be better for like my other classes. At any rate, back here.
I should be glad to show you to the hydromantic terraces if it please you.
Alright, the Zero's domain then. Ugh, so many intermediaries to go through. Almost feels like I never should have left. All right. Alright, I'm back. Let's go. Consider yourselves duly warned. If you wish to go among the void sent here, that is your choice to make. All have fled from one master or another, but whether any of those masters in turn served Golbez, I do not know. You must ask them yourselves. Most have traveled to your world, so it shouldn't be difficult to communicate. We shall go about making inquiries at once. Thank you for your counsel. Once we've learned all that we can, let us reconvene at yonder plaza. You're going to, of course, in which case I shall accompany you. I wish only to observe. Do not expect me to help. Sure thing. Then it's settled. I'm ready when you are. Alright, come along. Alright, you imp baby, speak to me.
You're one of the mortals! Is it true? When you die over there, you really die? So it is, so it is! What brings you here then? Ah, yes, Golbez. He seeks strong minions to grow his army, so I hear. But recently he stopped doing that. Instead, he devours all.
Perhaps he's gathered enough fodder and is now intent on bolstering his own strength, a sure sign that he is about to make a move.
Steampy, you idiot!
Stay away from me if you don't want to be eaten. Stay away. Golbez. I've heard the name before. Oh, I remember. Always speaking of the Great Crusade. I don't know what that is, but it sounds delicious.
A crusade, you say? From whom did you hear this?
Farfarello, he was a minion of another minion. Went on and on about the terrible things he saw.
It's too fun doing this. I see. Perhaps Farfarello can tell us more.
To walk around with her like that? You're her minion then?
You know I don't take minions. She has some questions and I want you to answer them.
Golbez? I don't know that one. Only Skathatch. When she led us beyond the veil, I grew scared and fled. I've been here since. I don't know anyone else, nor do I wish to. That's all I can tell you.
Skathatch was a powerful void-sent who ruled over a vast domain. That was a long time ago, though, so I doubt she has any connection to Golbez. I know she doesn't. I saw her die, and helped kill her. Satisfied with what you've learned? But let's step away before you... Oh my god, hold on. My left eye has been giving me trouble today. It's been very leaky just about all day, and now... it's getting more difficult to look in general through it. I've been needing to schedule an eye appointment for a very, very long time. Anyway. That's partly... I'm sure that's probably part of the problem. It seems the rumors of Golbez reach even my remote domain. Fair to assume he's gathering strength for his crusade, whatever that may be. But I must say, I wouldn't have guessed that Farfarella once fought in Golbez's army. It's a miracle he survived serving an archfiend. I'm gonna have to explain the significance of that. I suppose I should explain. Farfarello is the weakest among us. Constantly in fear of being devoured, he seldom consorts with others. The only one he's comfortable with is Siriato. He's a fellow coward who runs the instant he senses a threat and won't stop until he's exhausted. When their hunger grows too intense, they feed on each other's aether. Such is their relationship. But I ramble. You intend to seek out Farfarello, I presume? Then I'll come to you. He's less likely to hide that way. With you. Meanwhile, elsewhere.
Not only did the mortals conquer Troy, they defeated Scarmalione. I struggle to believe it. They're very small, my lords. They were aided by one of our world, who transformed Scarmalione's soul into crystal. Crystal? This one speaks of Memoria. Now there's something I've not heard for an age. It'll bring a pang of nostalgia to my breast and a tear to my eye. If the very notion wasn't absurd! Just get our golden drowned in darkness, as were we all.
Splashy, splashy.
And yet Scarmiglione still does not answer. Were he alive, he would have returned by now. Weakest though he was, his ability to regenerate was without peer.
This guy would voice a great Sith Lord.
If this account is true, if a Memoriat has survived, they cannot be suffered to live.
But do you really live around here?
Leave this matter to me, Lord Golbez. I, Barbaricia, shall strike down any who pose a threat to our plans.
'Tis true, you are a proven commander, well suited to leading an assault.
And when I have succeeded, I would beg a boon of you.
Beg for a boom instead.
What do you desire?
The dragon's ether. All that remains.
The insolence. No place.
With respect, my locks are free as the wind, without incentive to sway them. I know not whither they will blow.
Your whats?
Boldly spoken. I trust you will not disappoint me.
Misplaced trust.
Upon this flowing hair and my immortal soul, I will not fail.
Then go and impress upon these interlopers the futility of defiance.
My lord.
Ah! Don't stand in me like that. Farfarello keeps to the fringes of my domain. This way. Ugh. Ugh. Brr. Siriato? Yep. Oh, whatever will I do now? Ooh. Siriato, this is rather unexpected. Where is Farfarello?
Farfarello isn't here anymore. He's left. Yes, that's right.
Left? That doesn't sound like him at all.
Well, he's gone, all right. What more do you want me to say?
And off he flees as he is wont to do. But something about this doesn't sit well with me. What do you make of Siriato's behavior? Not telling the truth. So you think so too? I know so. And as he says, Farfarello is gone, but that is quite unusual. There's nowhere else for him to go. As is the fact that Siriato, who is clearly frightened by something, chose not to flee but instead hid here, where Farfarello usually... No. We must go after Siriato, now. Siriato, we need to talk.
There's no time. The wind rises. We must flee.
The wind rises. What is he talking about? After him. Oh, going up. Can't go up in here. Up is this way, I see. Oh, look at them splash. In what might be water? What's gotten into you? What do you mean the wind rises? When the wind rises, she comes! Barbaricia! Bucciarati? Barbaricia? Who in the world is that? We must flee, all of us, there's no time! I don't sense anything, but he seems convinced. It's a dead end beyond. We'll corner him. We're doomed! There's nowhere to run! What are you running from? I already told you! Barbaricia, the Archfiend of Wind! Archfiend, you say? We will be devoured or forced to serve, to fight in the crusade, but it makes no difference. In the end, all are eaten by her or her enemies. I didn't want to fight anymore. That's why I fled and came here. I see. That explains everything. Almost. I thought it was Farfarello who used to serve an Archfiend, not you. Not you, who always ran at the first sign of trouble. You who now speak as though you are Barbaricia's minion. There's only one explanation. He ate him! Indeed, that would account for his uncharacteristic behavior. So, is that the way of it? Did you devour Farfarello? And not just a portion of his aether, but his entire being? How did you know? It wasn't only your behavior that felt strange. You felt strange, as if there was more than you present. Now, I don't believe you would have lost control. More likely, it was at Farfarello's behest. I can't hide anything from you. I admit it. Farfarello didn't leave. I ate him. He feared Barbaricia more than anything, hated the endless fighting. So he begged me to devour him, that he would never have to fight again. Rather than an eternity of fighting, he chose a moment of pain. For all the good it did, I could still hear his voice in my head. He's frightened, so very frightened. When you're eaten, your essence is blended with that of your devourer, and though you have no control, your consciousness is in part endures. Were this a world where the wheel of life and death still turned, the soul wouldn't linger so stubbornly. In time, it would return to the great flow. But there's no such end here, no escape. All know this. In making his choice, Farfarello must have been desperate indeed. And now that desperation has joined with Ciriato's fear, driving him to act erratically. This is no place. This place will become a battlefield. We don't want to be eaten, neither me nor Farfarello, but there's nowhere to go. Nowhere! Then tell me about Barbaricia. I would know who it is we face. It's too late. She's as good as here, and no one can escape her winds. No one!
Barbaricia! She is come!
That's gross, man. Hey, that's new.
And she's brought her domain with her. The Archfiend's after you and yours, I shouldn't doubt. Perhaps you should go and find them. But be warned, whatever this is about, do not expect us to get involved.
Yeah, I know. Won't do anything without payment first.
I can't bear it! Eating and being eaten! I only want to be left in peace!
You and me both.
One of the Archfiend's approaches.
It
They
does.
must have been tracking our movements.
She's here.
Because it's getting windy. Ah, damn. Now that's an appealing archfiend.
Excellent. You've saved me the trouble of traveling to Troya.
So you're Barbaricia.
Mind your manners, mortal. My name is not to be spoken, save in reverence and fear. And what is this pitiful domain? Pitiful wretches all. I will put you out of your misery.
I wonder if she'll get involved now that her own people have been killed. And swallowed.
Alas, poor Scarmiglione, and good riddance. Felled by outsiders in pursuit of what? Pray tell.
A dragon. One who crossed to this world thousands of years ago. Know you aught of it?
Out of it, she wants to eat it.
A dragon, you say? My Lord Golbez is more clever than I realized. To let the prize live, that it might lure more prey to us.
Honestly, that's kind of incidental.
Very well. In gratitude and service, I shall devour every last mote of their souls.
You can try.
Where is she? Where is Ashdaya?
Huh. You even share its scent. How curious. And irresistible.
If you think us easy prey, you're wrong.
Unlike Scarmiglione, I need not skulk in shadow to claim what is mine. If you would know about the dragon you seek, then enter into my domain. You may flee instead if you wish, if the fate of the sorry lot here is of no concern to you. One way or another, I will have satisfaction.
Can't get no satisfaction.
What's the plan then?
Kill her. I mean, it's obviously a trap, but we're trap busters.
Indeed. Yet she will have the upper hand in her domain. We must be no less than fully prepared.
We find her and get our answers.
Will you be joining us, Zero?
You may be easily goaded into accepting her challenge, but my curiosity is not so insatiable as to cloud my judgment.
Even though she killed 2 of yours?
Nevertheless, if you are desperate for my aid, you know my price.
I shall pay it. So long as you leave me strength enough to see my sister home, you may take as much as you wish. And lest you forget, mine is no ordinary ether. Babaricia too recognized its potency.
Very well. We have a bargain.
We have an accord. The less time we give the enemy to prepare, the better. If everyone is ready, then let us set forth. Indeed, and yet my heart weighs heavy for those Babaricia struck down. Were it not for us, she would not have come here. Should you require a moment, Zero? For what? Babaricia took what she could. She was wise to strike quickly, as we would be. Agreed. This is no time for sentiment. Only the battle matters now. A word of warning. Babaricia spoke as if she would give us answers if we were to defeat her. But even assuming she'll talk, which I doubt, I trust I needn't tell you how foolish it is to give an archfiend a second chance. Best to seal her away at the earliest opportunity. If you wish to peer into her past, the memorial will suffice. I can't do it when I want to. Well then, you had better hope it favors you when the time comes. Rest assured, this won't be our last opportunity to learn about Ajdaya. If another archfiend were to fall, Golbez would surely be compelled to respond. We need only wait for our quarry to come to us. Indeed, if our struggles with Scarminion taught us aught, it is that we must hold nothing back when facing an archfiend. Let us heed Zero's advice and seal her away at the earliest opportunity. If we're all in agreement, then let us be off. We travel by Nizrok. So many places to hop around and not an aetheryte in sight. Sheesh, woman needs a combing. If not a cut.
You're not the only ones who can ride the wind.
He fly. She just jumps wherever she wants. Man, I feel like there's not much I can do.
Leave these ones to us.
I see to Barbaricia.
Ah yes, my rock. My special rock. This rock is so handy. No, no, that's too far. Here we are. Yeah, that's it. That's what I want. Item level is 585. Very good. I'm above that. 7 minutes supposedly. Yeah, I'm sure it will be. Ugh. Wiped off the mic cover. Huh. No other class of mine is actually good enough to get into this. Suppose it's not really all that surprising. Hey, there we go. Okay. Bunch of other people. Empress of the Winds.
Come, give yourselves to my scouring winds that I may feast upon your essence.
No. I refuse.
Such rich, exquisite ether. My hair shimmers with anticipation.
How does her hair do that? Animations, please load.
On your guard.
Oh, okay.
Try this. How about you?
Damn it, not again.
My locks are as the wind.
What is that supposed to mean?
Supple, strong,
Oh.
and free.
I lost my targeting.
Try this.
I know better this time.
A fair wind blows. You feel it too, do you not?
Uh-oh.
You've done well to last this long.
That new thing scared me.
But the battle has only just begun.
Oh gosh. She's doing a Bayonetta!
I'll slaughter you all. Dodge this if you can. I'll make it.
Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Ah, shoot, that poor DPS was too close to me.
Don't underestimate me.
Just too focused on... Okay. Good point.
Feel my fury.
Uh-oh.
Know your flavor.
Yay! Nope, stay here. Nope. No, this is supposed to happen. Okay. Stay away. Enough of this. Time for my sword magic.
You can't escape the storm. I'll break your every bone.
Moving time again. Pull me out. Thank you.
Be gone from my sight.
Back it up.
The insolence!
Oh, she did. She's so dead.
No! I will not be denied!
Too bad. You are. Ugh, everybody bugs out immediately. I hate it.
There's still time. With more of the dragon's ether, I can yet... You're finished. Damn it all!
Oh, right across the tit. Mine now. Nope, I'm getting nothing. Well, a few times it wants to stay quiet, apparently.
I see you've bested Barbaricia. Well done.
Did you expect me not to?
Her minions too are all crystallized or scattered. The day is ours.
What of my sister? Tell me you learned something about Ashdaya.
Sorry, but it's being quiet right now.
So the Archfiend and her crystal yielded not.
Our efforts have not been entirely fruitless. We have deprived your sister's captor of another powerful champion. With Zero, we may yet challenge Golbez and his minions.
So long as she's paid.
Indeed. We could not have come this far without your aid. Thank you, Zero.
I but fulfilled my part of the bargain. And now I will have my...
Is she having it instead of me?
Her ether is nearly spent. Perhaps unsurprising given how much power she used.
I guess
I
Memoria
wouldn't
takes a
want
lot
to
out
face
of you.
Another Archfiend without her. We should hurry back to Zero's domain.
Agreed. Eager though I am to continue, it would be unwise to risk our lives for the sake of haste. Let us suspend the mission and tend to Zero.
Though Zero remains unconscious, she appears otherwise fine. Insofar as I can discern at any rate. Being part Voidsent, her physiology may be rather different from ours. Let's observe her for a while as we discuss our next move. I know, just lost frames. Okay. How long do you suppose she will remain that way? I haven't the faintest inkling, nor can I say whether the ether we can afford to share will be enough to awaken her. It would be best to take her back with us to the source. There she would be guaranteed all she requires. Is it possible? Zero cannot give her consent, but it seems we have no choice. The alternative would be to leave her here, defenseless. Should she later desire it, we can bring her home. Might I ask you to hold on to Barbaricia's Memoria? It may yet serve a purpose. I mean, I still got the other one as well.
Oh, what happened to her?
You have business with Zero?
We have a newcomer, a former minion of Barbaricia. Let her know when she wakes, will you?
Barbaricia's minion. Why not go and find this newcomer, so we will have something to tell Zero if nothing else? Indeed. May I trouble you to join me? With luck, we might learn something of Golbez.
Ooh,
Getting good cracks out today.
You're the ones who fell Barbaricia! I won't make trouble, I'll obey, so please, let me stay!
If you'd obey, then tell me all you know of Golbez.
There isn't much I can tell. Only the archfiends are allowed into his domain. Wherever it is, none but they know.
I see. No better way to guard oneself than keeping one's location secret. How does Golbez communicate with his minions afield?
He has these scepters, staves, whatever they are. He uses them to talk to those far away.
Not unlike link pearls, at least in function. That will be all. My thanks for your cooperation. My thanks to you as well for affording me this time. I am satisfied, so let us rejoin the others and head home. I trust you understand that once we leave the 13th, we will not return until we are prepared to resume our search. Knowing this, are you ready to depart? Yes, there's nothing. Freely return to the 13th? What would I even return here for? There's nothing to do. Back to Troya then, and thence home. I wonder if that thing can now be sealed up again. Or if it's just like that all the time. Because it looks like it's too big for the pot of forbidden soup. Ah, actual color. So nice to see.
You're all safe. Thank the sisters.
A moment while I close the gate.
Oh, you can? Oh, it shrinks. Well, my questions have been answered.
There. We may rest easy for now. Was there any trouble?
Whoops.
A few did, aye. But we were ready and dealt with them without incident.
That is well. I cannot thank you enough for your vigilance.
Yes, you're grateful. But aren't you forgetting something more important? You know, the polite but warm formalities one delights in hearing when their little brother returns from a long journey.
Jeez, those chin spikes.
Indeed, you are right. It is good to be home again, among those who I love dearly and missed so much.
He didn't pronounce the M.
And we are glad to receive you, Vashan. Welcome home.
Really pulling his leg about it.
Chambers have been prepared for your use at Megaduta. Let us take Zero there at once.
Veduta, that is Mega. Only 99%. Totally fine. We have been expecting you. If you would follow me, I will show you to the guest chambers.
Our mission took many an unexpected turn. I am relieved that we have all returned safely. But before you all enjoy the rest you have earned 12 times over, I would consult you on one last matter.
Zero.
While she appears none the worse for wear, she remains locked in slumber, and I cannot help but worry. Is there aught we can do to expedite her recovery? If her ether is exhausted, perhaps I can share some of mine now.
Would she even be eating it like that?
In the wastelands of the 13th, one can only replenish ether by taking it from others, be it by trade or by force. In contrast, the source is rich in ambient ether.
I was thinking that was the case.
Simply being here and drawing breath, Zero will absorb what she needs.
Big trunk.
Then we need but wait?
I believe so. She will awaken in time, and when she does, give her something to eat. Judging by her form, she should also be able to derive nourishment from food.
She did say she was half human.
I know you promised her your ether, but perhaps she might appreciate fine harnished cuisine more.
Food can certainly be arranged.
She looks like any other person. Unsurprising, perhaps, given that she is only part void sent.
This is why food will supposedly work.
Zero said before that Xenos had altered her essence. A change wrought, I suspect, with the power of darkness. It acted upon the part of her that is void sent, rendering it dominant. Thus, we were able to reverse it with the power of light. I labor to believe that Xenos possessed such arcane knowledge. In all likelihood, it came from Fandaniel.
I'd bet that too.
Were Zero wholly void sent, I doubt the crystal would have had an effect on her. One might say that Hydaelyn had a hand in your meeting.
It is no exaggeration to say that Zero has proven herself invaluable. A boon from Hydaelyn herself. Her cooperation may come at a price, but whatever it is, I am willing to pay it. Exhausting though it may be at times.
If I may excuse myself, I wish to pay a visit to the High Crucible. While the scales functioned admirably, it would be prudent to have them inspected for signs of degradation. By all means, I shall do the same for this vessel. Then I'll go and meet with the soldiers, share with them what I learned fighting Voidsent in the 13th. What of you, my friend? Have you any immediate plans? Not really, no. In that case, might I trouble you with a small task? I wish to have food ready for Zero when she awakens, you see. Would you be willing to go to Mecherides Mehain and ask for suitable refreshments? Excellent. In the meantime, Yidhana shall watch over Zero. She is already en route. But let us each tend to our respective businesses and reconvene anon. Feels like my brain is going now. Wait a moment. Ah ha ha ha! See, welcome to Mecherides Mehin. Please make yourself comfortable. What? A guest of the satrap has collapsed from hunger? Of course I would be happy to help. You need only tell me what you desire. Let's do the meat one. While that might be perfect for an adventurer preparing to raid the treasure vault, I fear it'd be too much for someone coming out of a long slumber. I would recommend something gentler on the stomach, like these apples here. Oh, my mistake then. They've just come in and I can guarantee their freshness. Afterwards, once your guest feels better, she's welcome to sample whatever else we can provide. Just let me know. Whoopsies. Going on, Ian.
Light. Is this an inn? What happened? How did I get here? There's no time. I must rejoin the battle. I must...
Oh, you're awake! Wonderful!
Elephant jump scare!
Ah! Ah!
What is this? Some sort of fiend?
A fiend? Where is it? Where?
Oh boy.
But this is no time for jokes. You're in the source, my dear. The world next door. So to speak. The others brought you here after you collapsed. I'll fetch them at once. Wait, just a moment.
Apples!
I took the liberty of arranging refreshments. I hope you find them as flavorful as they are invigorating.
This isn't what you promised. I suppose ether is ether.
What a boring way to eat.
Wait. Don't tell me you don't know how to eat?
I took what I needed from it. What's the problem?
Where's the enjoyment in that? You're supposed to bite, to chew, to savor, and then swallow.
Apples.
That's the way. So, did it taste good?
Does she have a sense of taste?
I don't know.
The long years without eating may have dulled your sense of taste.
Well, we void scent have no need for such when consuming others. There are some who speak of taste when describing the quality and affinity of their prey's ether. But I loathe the act. Taking ether in small amounts like this is one thing, but diluting my essence, diminishing myself, I'd sooner die.
That's a very good point.
And I have died, countless times.
Okay, Jackie Estacado.
You have? But what happens when you do?
Not much. After a while, you return, together with all your expended life force. The important thing is to die where others won't devour you.
Amazing! My peers who study immortality and resurrection would be most interested in this phenomenon.
The question of taste aside, I am glad that you are able to partake of food like us. I dare say it agrees with your personal preferences.
That's true. You can keep giving me the same on a regular basis.
Very well. As my guest, I shall see that you do not want for comfort. And one other thing.
Sorry, just trying to still work on my eye.
We brought you to our world without your consent. And for that, I apologize. If you wish it, we will return you to yours once you have regained your strength.
It's fine. I have no reason to go back. Except for yours, perhaps. You intend to cross over again, I take it.
Yep, he ain't done.
I do. I have yet to find my sister. I want nothing more than to rush to her aid, to find this Golbez and free her from his clutches, if he still holds her captive.
Though if our recent experience has taught us anything, 'tis that the 13th is more dangerous than we ever imagined. Caution must be our watchword.
What about our safe word?
Better late than never. In the short time you spent in our world, you left a trail of chaos in your wake. You managed to return in one piece this time. But don't assume you'll be so lucky the next.
Rest assured, we will make no assumptions and spare no preparation.
Spare no expense.
Speaking of which, while we rest and ready ourselves, I ask that you tell me more about your home. In return, I will tell you about ours. I will show you my domain, Radzet Han.
Again, a stranger in this strange land.
A stranger you remain.
I have a condition. You must come too.
You have my thanks.
Why does she want me? Does she like me? This world is brimming with aether. I feel invigorated just standing here in the breeze. Glad am I to hear that. So, is there any place in particular you wish to see? Perhaps where that food came from. Apple, was it? While I don't expect I'll collapse again, it would be good to know where I can procure more if necessary. Mechrin's Mechain it is, then. I shall introduce you to the head waitress, Michlil. Ah, both of them? I gotta do a long walk then, don't I? Yeah, shortest path would be this way. Not quite there yet. But it's improving. Okay. Welcome to Mechrid's Mechain. Greetings, Michlil, and may I introduce you to Zero. She is an esteemed guest, and I ask that you see to her meals during her stay. Ah yes, Michri, it has told me all. Please come to us whenever you're hungry. We'll look after you. 'Twas here that Yohime obtained the apple. While the palace cooks can prepare whatever you desire, 'tis certainly a quick and convenient food. I'll remember it. Who are the ones there moving their bodies about? Is this for some ritual related to eating? The dancers? They move their bodies to bring pleasure to those who are watching. 'Tis a form of entertainment, part of our culture. How needlessly complicated. We Voidsent prefer simpler pleasures. That may be the way of it now, but your world too must have had some complicated diversions once. I don't remember. Well, let us move on. I propose we visit Balshan and Bazaar, where goods the world over may be found. Oh, it's just there. Right? What are all these things for? What do you do here? It is a marketplace where people buy and sell goods. Since its earliest days, Ratzatan has served as a trading hub, and here you will find not only local products, but wares from distant lands. And I should mention that the vendors generally only accept payment in coin or tombstones. If there is aught you desire, I shall take care of it. So that's what tombstones are for. Void Scent returned with them on occasion, but I never knew their purpose. They struck me as useless trinkets, and I couldn't understand your obsession with them. On that subject, there appears to be no shops in the 13th. Do you never make bargains in which possessions are exchanged? We do, but rarely. We strike bargains when we want something done. If we desire an object, we kill whoever has it. I see, I see. Your bargains may be likened to employment, I believe. I shall bear this in mind. Tinkerbell just ran by. With that in mind, let us continue on. I propose we head to the High Crucible of Alchemia. Ooh, that's more Kraken. That's good Kraken. I'll be back in a bit. I want to improve my physical and mental state of mind real quick. Alright, the snack should help me feel better, but I'm not entirely sure about coking up twice in a day. But I guess that's what happens when you fail at sleeping for 3+ hours, and then only try again at around 5 or so. Brain just can't stay cohesive. And as far as I can tell, I haven't seen any warnings about ads coming up to me. I don't know, maybe they're not on my side or anything. Anyway. Why, Master Vitra, how may we serve you this evening? If you're here for your vessel, I'm afraid we are still tending to it. No, there is no rush. Pray take as much time as you require, and know that I have complete faith in your work. The High Crucible is home to the finest alchemists. They are the ones who created my bodies, and can provide you with healing as well. Now that I think on it, you weren't at all surprised when I changed forms. Were you aware of my nature from the start, that I was a soul occupying a vessel not my own? It's hardly uncommon in our world. When given the chance, many shed their bodies to claim stronger ones. Oh, you must be the rumored guest. We've been most eager to meet you. If you have a moment, would you care to stay for some tea? The sisters know we'd love to hear your tales. No, I've had enough food for now, and can always obtain more without the need for inane chatter. Now, no need to decline outright. I dare say you are tired, so let us save it for another time and return to Megaduta. If aught catches your eye en route, do not hesitate to say so. From one end to the other. And back again. Warp, warp, warp. Yudge. More stretching. Looking between my two drinks. Some sort of fruit? Pitiful things, though. I imagine you need to eat a lot to derive any satisfaction. These are mulberry trees. While the fruits are indeed edible, more important are the leaves, which we feed to silkworms. Without the creatures, we wouldn't have the silk to make our famous Thavnerian weave. Furthermore, the bark of the tree also possesses medicinal properties. You would be hard-pressed to find a more useful plant. Is that so? Aside from food, I wouldn't have considered any other purpose for it. Oh. Who's this? Oh, that boy. If it isn't young Mehrad, and that must be your sister Yasra, is all well at the orphanage? Yes, Your Excellency. The other children are very nice, and we all look out for one another. Oh, just the other day, Estinian came to see us. Everyone was really excited. Estinian with children? I am shocked. Truly, Estinian paid you a visit? That is well. Even he's shocked by it. Is she a new friend? Friend, you know what that is? What? You mean you don't? She is a visitor from a faraway land, you see, and is still unfamiliar with our language. Then we'll teach you. A friend is someone you like to play with. Play with. Xeno seemed to be enjoying himself when he fought you. Is that the same thing? Absolutely not! then I'm no closer to understanding it. Why he traversed the great expanse, why he risked life and limb for you. Because I'm the only one who could kick his ass, that's why. But I waste energy dwelling on such things. I am not Xenos. I stand to gain nothing by knowing his heart. I'm sorry I couldn't explain it well. There's no need to apologize. The fault is not yours, but mine for failing to make sense of your words. Well, we had better get back to our errand. Goodbye, it was nice meeting you. Through Xenos, I thought I understood the ways of your world, but the more I learn of it, the more I realize how little I actually know. Xenos is not a good lens to learn anything through. It's all so strange, your behavior and your reasons. I find myself baffled at every turn. But the feeling is not unwelcome. I'm... learning bit by bit. It was the right decision to join you. I really need to make that eye appointment, apparently. I believe Zero's time here has been rewarding, and 'twas in no small part due to your company. My thanks for agreeing to join us. Come, let us return to Megaduta. They could get there on their own without me for once. In case anyone was wondering, Dark Knight's coming along fairly well. It's like I try to strive for a decent 1 level per day, although today I'd say I haven't done that yet. Dadgummit.
So, what are your impressions of Radzatan?
There's a lot of mortals.
We're all mortal here.
Considering your origin, I can see why that might be your first observation. Though they would call each other people, I think. If you wish to know about our fair city, I should be glad to place a guide at your disposal.
No need. I'll show myself around. There's only so much about my home I can share with you in return, after all.
Jeez.
While I remember some few tales of the past, I cannot speak to their authenticity. But if that is enough, then I will tell you of the events that saw darkness engulf our world. The Contra Memoria.
We are all ears. Please.
Not really. Both you and I do not have ears. But I think Estinian makes up for us.
Light filled the world, and all was at peace. But then the servants of darkness came, and they bequeathed a black art unto men. Channeling the power of hope and prayer, one could call forth fearsome beings, known as Eidolons.
Ugh, always with these friggin' primals.
The Ascians. And these Eidolons are surely primals.
Then you have faced the same, and understand that when an Eidolon is birthed, strife follows. And in such strife, the weak are the first to suffer.
Pizza!
When it seemed the world would be plunged into chaos, heroes appeared. They who were blessed with a singular power, the power to bind the ether of eidolons within crystals known as memoria.
That's different.
My mother was one such memoriate. But in fighting to save many, she herself was touched by darkness. As was I.
And so you were born part void sent, before the world was overcome.
How exactly did that calamity come to pass? Did the Memoriates not triumph?
They did. They expunged the seeds of chaos and restored the peace, only to find themselves seduced by the darkness they had sealed.
Then they were weak.
They spread the taint, transforming men into monsters, what you call void sent, and raised armies to wage new wars.
Not the first to be corrupted by power, nor the last.
Some defied temptation and held fast to the light. My mother and I among them. For years and years we fought, but it was not enough. And when our strength was spent, our bulwarks broken, so too was the world.
The flood of darkness.
The stars faded from the heavens as a pall black as pitch enveloped creation. Darkness raged unchecked, rending the very walls of reality. I was cast into the rift, and there trapped for what felt like an eternity. Until I came upon a crack. Tiny, infinitesimal, but enough for me to squeeze through. And find my world changed beyond recognition. Into the lightless waste you saw.
Well, there was some light, because otherwise we wouldn't have been able to see.
So that is how you were able to escape becoming a void sent in full.
I suppose I should consider myself fortunate. Were I like most others, I wouldn't have lasted a day before being devoured. We, the lost, are better equipped to survive in a lost world.
A lost world, you say?
Of Jurassic Park.
I wouldn't be so sure. The 13th is still there, is it not?
And we do know where it is.
What are you getting at?
To explain requires that we initiate you into the truth of the source and its reflections. Be warned that this will take a while.
If we can stop and reverse light, then surely we can reverse darkness.
Then, unlike the worlds that have been rejoined, mine still
has a chance.
The Oracle of Light prevented the first from being completely overcome. So the situation may not be completely identical to that of your 13th. But the fact remains that we were able to restore a measure of balance to a world brought to the brink of destruction. After which, some intrepid young souls succeeded in restoring life back to lands thought lost to light.
We did do that.
Which gives me cause to hope the day may yet come when life springs forth anew in the 13th.
But will death come with it? Or has death been lost forever?
Of course, these are only possibilities. I offer no guarantees. But having experienced what we have, I dare say we are more qualified than most to speak on the matter.
Wait, I don't understand. Why would you say these things? As if you mean to... But the sole reason you came to the Void was...
To find a dragon, aye. And in light of what we've seen, we'd be fools to strive for more.
But maybe you can do something.
But we Scions, former Scions, begging your pardon, have a habit of not leaving well enough alone. And old habits die hard, don't they, my friend?
I have so many bad habits.
Restoring the light would serve our efforts to find and free Ashdaya. There is no reason not to try.
Do as you will. I have no desire to save that world.
Be that as it may, we will have need of your power when next we face Voidsent.
Steamy.
You know how it works. If you want my help, you must pay my price. And now that you've drawn Golbez's attention, it's going to cost you more. A lot more. I will consider this a deposit.
Purple stuff. Though our time in the Void was short, we managed to ascertain that my sister yet lives, and it cannot be overstated how fortunate we are to have met Zero. But the greater blessing is nevertheless you, my friend, for your encouragement to embark upon my search anew and your help in overcoming the challenges thus far. What the? What's that slimy thing doing? Get it! Go and kill it! Golbez and his minions will seek to stymie our efforts. Of this we can be sure. But with you all at my side, I have confidence that we will succeed, that we will find and liberate my sister, and that we shall return home together. Ratatouille, peach tart. Whoops, didn't see that. Chai, no. We will take the curry. And here's a little fridge so the curry won't spoil. Meanwhile, elsewhere.
First Scarmiglione, and now Barbariccia. Useless, the both of them.
It was no lie. They conspire with a Memoriat.
And their search for the dragon will lead them here. The war looms nigh. We cannot allow these interlopers to interfere.
If I may, my lord, I have a plan to eliminate them. In order to guarantee its success, however, I will require Cagnazzo's cooperation. There's sport to be had, then I'll play along. As much as I dislike following your lead, I have no patience. 'Twas screaming.
Well and good to have confidence, but do not forget the cost of failure.
You get to crystallized.
Rest assured, I will see the dream to fruition. Even should I be consumed by my own flames, I will pave the way for one and all.
Then I will trust in your oath and your plan.
We will give you cause to rejoice, my lord. This I vow. Ha ha! Some excitement for a change.
No sacrifice is too great. Even should my 4 archfiends be lost, I will not halt my steps.
Where is he walking to?
The prison of passivity is an obstacle to my cause, and so you must fall. What irony that the blessed damned should set us free.
Eh?
As I swore so long ago. The gate lies open. At long last, my ambition shall be fulfilled.
I have no idea what's going on. Certainly doesn't help that my brain still hasn't put itself together yet, I'd say. Stretch. As always, your timing is most fortuitous. I wish to share with you news concerning Zero. You will recall that in exchange for Aether, she agreed to aid us in our search for my sister. At Ishtola's suggestion, I began providing said Aether in the form of food. Zero has found the arrangement to be agreeable and has been eating steadily. In large part due to that, she claims to have already made a full recovery. If you and the others are ready as well, I would set forth for the void once more. I'm good to go. Okay. Excellent. I shall inform Ishtola and Istinian, and then go collect my other vessel from the alchemists. In the meantime, might I ask you to go to fetch Zero? She was absent when I visited her chambers earlier, but I suspect you will find her in the corridor connecting Yuj and Kama. It seems she's grown partial to the view of the city it affords. Once we have attended to our respective tasks, let us gather here. We got the same last names. There must be some sort of little date thing or something going on there.
Everyone is so carefree. Unafraid and unconcerned in spite of their weakness, and how easily their lives could be torn apart in an instant. Such luxury is a loss to us. We have no hopes or dreams, and even the release of death. Only hunger. Others are a means to an end. At times, a literal one.
And a meal to an end.
We forge covenants with men and come here to feed. Or to die. I thought it would be no different when I was summoned by Xenos. Lives were tools to him, to be used and discarded at whim. In that respect, he was a void sent at heart.
Basically.
But towards you, and you alone, he behaved differently. And I cannot fathom why.
Because I beat him.
What was it that drove him? What made him choose such an end?
Somehow me beating him was the only thing that made him feel.
But enough about that man. He is dead and we are all better for it.
Damn right.
Why are you here? Was there something you needed?
We're going back.
So you're heading back now. Then as per our bargain, I will go as well.
Get my run on. New mission, eh? I wonder what that's about.
Everyone is here? Good. Let us set forth for the void once more.
Yeah.
What is it?
Uh-oh. What is he doing?
He's calling.
What is the meaning of this?
Unless I'm mistaken, that was intended for one of your kin. Who?
Who else, Ashtola?
It was for the briefest of moments, but I felt her. Ashdire.
I thought she was in the void.
As did I. Yet the presence was unmistakable. Thus did I call out, only for it to fade and vanish.
Obviously,
Perhaps
you're being...
she crossed over to the source, then immediately turned back.
Obviously, he's being fucked with.
I do not know. Could she have found a way home?
The how of it aside, if she was indeed in the source, there may be clues where she came through that could lead us back to her. Where exactly was it that you felt her presence?
Far to the north. That was all I could discern.
The north, you say? Beyond the bounty? Garlemald?
As good a place to start as any. My apologies, Zero, but your return to the Void will have to wait.
I told you before that I have no reason to go back there. Do as you will.
0 fucks given.
All right. I presume you wish to stay here in Radzatan until we return.
You've kept me amply fed. I wouldn't be averse to helping you on your search.
You're gonna see snow.
If Ashdaya was indeed here, other Voidsent may have made the journey as well. Very well. We would welcome your company.
If it's decided, then I'll contact our associates in Garlemald. It's me. Still talking everyone's ears off, I trust? Understood. We'll see you there. We're to rendezvous at Tertium.
Where?
We'll need to teleport to make it there in time. Can you?
Aye. I know it well from my time as an avatar.
Then it seems we're all set.
If there is nothing else, let us see to our final preparations.
God's revel, lands tremble. My fault for trying to make that a single word there. By all accounts, Ashdaya is Golbez's prisoner, yet if she was in the source, it could be that she managed to escape from the Void, if only for a fleeting moment. But that is mere conjecture. If we want the truth, then we must go and find it. Come, let's make for Tertium. Our friends are waiting. Whoop! Oh, here.
Any moment now.
My friends, 'tis good to see you again.
Oh, I was half expecting them to be tall.
And you. I was worried that the cold wouldn't agree with you, but you're both looking quite well.
You get used to it. It helps that there's no shortage of fuel and heaters like before.
The two of you have to grow up someday.
Glad to hear it. Have you been working in Garlemald all this time?
We have. Though the worst is behind them, the people still have a long road ahead. With the nation in ruins and the leadership void yet to be filled, there remains a lack of direction, a pervasive sense of aimlessness and worry.
Still, everyone wants to make things better. And we're here to help. A lot of Garleans wanted nothing to do with us, but they're starting to come round. Slowly, but surely.
You're doing good.
You're too kind. But it's thanks to the cooperation of like-minded souls that we've been able to make any progress. The allied nations continue to send supplies.
Whoops.
Meanwhile, Euless and a number of soldiers have begun a restoration initiative, with more and more volunteers joining by the day.
Like Alphino said, they've got a long road ahead of them. But we'll get there together, one step at a time. But enough about events here. What brings you to us? And with new company, besides.
This may take rather a long time to explain, but bear with me.
So it started with looking for a dragon, see?
The 13th. After traveling to the edge of existence, I thought you'd keep your escapades closer to home for a while. But I suppose there's no stopping you. Not that I'm one to talk, of course.
I mean, I tried for a bit, but...
The heart of an adventurer cannot be denied.
You could have at least invited me, too. Surely there was room enough for me and Grahar in the Undersea Vault.
Oh, she's so pouty. Look, I thought of you, but you're here, busy here doing... Thought you were busy here.
I know, I know. I only meant to tease. Mostly. But on a more serious note, are we sure it's wise to keep Xenos' former avatar around?
Yeah, she's nothing like Xenos.
I understand how you came to work together, but nevertheless...
You're right to be cautious. I'm a void sent, after all. But do not conflate me with Xenos. To recall my time in his service, it angers me.
In other words, she hated him as much as I did.
Is that so? I think we'll get along just fine, you and I.
Now that we are all caught up, to the matter at hand. As we were about to resume our search in the void, I felt the presence of my sister Ashdaya in the source. Somewhere in the far north, perhaps even here in Galdemald. If you have seen or heard anything out of the ordinary, I must know.
As a matter of fact, we may have. In recent days, we have had to contend with a surprising number of Voidsent. And not the lesser kind that occasionally manifest, but ones possessed of considerable power.
Allure.
You think they might have been summoned? By whom?
We're not sure. But as Euless reminded us, practitioners of a certain traditional Garlean art rely upon void-sent servants.
Reapers started here.
While there are no known Reapers left in Garlemald, we can't rule out the possibility that some are working in secret.
To summon not one, but several powerful Voidsent is no small feat. But if Ashdaya was indeed called from the void...
Then somebody screwed up.
Then it is likely the same party is responsible. Alternatively, the etheric confluence at the Tower of Babel may have triggered an expansion of natural fissures one could use to cross over. But I think that improbable, if not impossible.
Implablabobbable.
Then we must assume these events have indeed been orchestrated.
As I said, allure.
Well, summoned or no, we've been trying to track them to their origin. It's the mountains to the east, we think.
Can you guide us there?
I would, but the terrain is too difficult to traverse on foot. Nor is flying an option due to the winds.
Bah!
Too much ground to cover in any case. Is there no way to narrow it down?
There is one place we thought to look first. An isolated village rumored to have once been home to a Reaper order.
That would indeed make an excellent start. Though the question of how to get there remains.
I'll take Sheila.
Euless may be of assistance. Let us return to Camp Broken Glass and consult him.
Leg, please repower my brain. With fake RLS. Saying that, I'm actually remembering that I'm around a shop. Get lost. I got 10, I got level 10 materia. I don't need you. Oh, what a welcome surprise. And I see you're traveling with a large crew as usual. Not to suggest that's an inconvenience for us. We'd be happy to share our supplies with you and your allies should you require any. Apologies if we interrupt you, Euless, but there is a matter we wish to discuss. We've just finished our routine briefing, so you come at a good time. Is this about the Void Scent? It is. From what we can discern, they're coming from the mountains to the east. Practitioners of the Reaper arts once lived in that area, did they not? Flex. Yes, they had a village there in the Lapis Manalis Caverns. The Scythe-wielders forged pacts with Voidsent and took to battle with the beings at their side. For a time they played an invaluable role in our military, but the advent of Magitech saw them fall out of favor. And when some were unmasked as insurrectionists... Hold on a moment. There we go. The order was outlawed. The village is believed to be long abandoned. My sister has been taken captive by Voidsent. I sensed her presence in this land and have come in search of her. If Voidsent have been sighted here, then I believe there is a connection. We should like to investigate these caverns you mentioned, but Alphanod tells us they are not easily reached. I'm afraid so. Deep snow and tumultuous winds rule out walking and flying. If you want to get anywhere, you're going to need a Magitech snowcraft. A snowmobile? Alas, the last remaining functional one we had has broken down. Should still be over in Cerulean Ingens, where it was abandoned. Is there anyone who can fix it? Perhaps the former engineers at Tapper's Den. Their duty included transporting cerulean tanks to Jatuna Platform G using snowcraft. I expect they had to maintain a few over the years. That's worth looking into, I'd say. In the course of delivering provisions, I've come to know the people there quite well. If they can help us, I'm sure they will. May I ask you to accompany her? Given the presence of Voidsent, it's best that we avoid traveling alone. And I'm sure she's gonna want to be near me. I know what she's like. In the meantime, will you not tell me more about the mountain? I would like to learn as much as I can before commencing our search in earnest. Come with me. I'll introduce you to someone who is well versed in the local geography. Alize, was it? I wish to speak with you. In that case, why don't you come with us to Tapper's Den? We can chat on the way. Too tumultuous to fly, eh? Bah! Bah, I say.
What was it you wished to talk about?
Yeah.
do you help these people? What is it that you stand to gain?
I'm sorry?
It's a cultural difference.
You don't act on behalf of a higher power, nor are you bound by a contract. In spite of this, you help them. Why?
And there I thought it was something serious. I help them because I want to. Because it's the right thing to do.
But what do you stand to gain? You didn't answer the question.
Didn't I? I followed my heart. What I got out of it came after.
She let her heart be her guiding key.
Was there anything else? If not, let's keep moving.
Right. To act not out of obligation or in pursuit of gain. To simply live. And they survive like this.
Most of us do. We should get back to it, but before we do... Are you alright, Zero? Did I say something that confused or upset you? No, I'm simply trying to understand your perspective. If you wish to continue, I am ready and able. Well, that's a relief. This isn't the sort of place you want to mull over things. It's not much farther to Tapper's Den. I doubt we'll have much trouble finding an engineer when we arrive, so let's speak with the first one we spot.
The engineer is engineer. Wait, I know you. You're the one who roughed up the guards. After you left, your contingent friends came along. Our lives are a lot easier now thanks to them. They understood our plight and offered to help, whether we wanted to stay here or return home. For that, we're truly grateful. We're grateful to you too, LSA. The trip across the lake is hardly pleasant, but you make it all the same to bring us provisions.
Oh, don't mention it. We're just glad we can help. That said, we were actually hoping to ask a favor of you today. We need a Magitech snowcraft repaired, the one abandoned in Cerulean Ingens. We were told you might be up to the task.
Ah, so you want to ride the mammoth? That's what we took to calling the crafts on account of their size. As often as I use them on rigs, I know a thing or two about their maintenance. I'll see if I can get your mammoth roaring again. It's the least I can do to repay your kindness.
Wonderful. Please come with us back to Camp Broken Glass and we'll take it from there. So far so good. Let's be on our way. Lucky! Welcome back. I presume this is the engineer who will help us with the craft?
I'll do everything I can to get her up and running again. But I doubt I'll be able to do so quickly, at least on my own. The mammoth is big, and so are its parts. Some strong backs should make the work go faster. You have ours.
I'm not tired. You finished learning about the mountain, I take it? Aye, we have a solid grasp of that area, as well as the site of the snowcraft. My back is perhaps not as strong as some, but I should be glad to stand guard for Voidsent and other unruly wildlife.
Much obliged, miss. Then let's all head over to the mammoth and assess what needs fixing.
They have matters here well in hand, which means we can resume our duties. Would you care to assist us? I suppose I should. How about you, Zero?
Too often.
Way too often. I will assist you as well, as payment for answering my question. It's hardly something that demands payment, but we'd be glad for your contribution nonetheless. My thanks again for agreeing to help. The Ilsabard contingent brings in shipments of food, medicine, and other necessities by airship. We have yet to deliver a share of supplies to Tertium, and I would appreciate it if one of you could assist us with the task today. I'll do it. Well, it looks like you're with me then. You couldn't be happier. Voidsent sightings have been increasing by the day, which is why I had a mind to go out and patrol the Eblam Rime. Shall we? Yeah, blah 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 blah. Oh, I didn't expect it would be this close. Voidsent were spotted here not long ago. Considering the proximity to Camp Broken Glass, everyone is understandably concerned. But hopefully not for much longer. You follow this road eastward and I'll have a look to the north. If you should encounter any Voidsent, I won't begrudge you for dispatching them without me. She's so eager for a fight nowadays. Oh, there's a spot. Ugly bug. Whoosh. Requisicat! Confiteor! Whoosh. Blade of Faith! Of Truth! And of Valor! Oh my. Oh, I'm too far. That's the issue. Combo ended, essentially. And here are all three other spots. Ugh. Gross. Cycle is done. I see no need to use the magic ones. How's Alizé done? Oh, she found one.
All finished, are we? Good. The cold doesn't let up out here, does it?
No, because this is an analog of Russia.
They've the means to keep everyone warm at Camp Broken Glass and Tertium. But the measures are still only temporary. Subsisting on charity. Dreading the day the sympathy of others is exhausted. It's no way to live. They need lasting safety and security. Though things will never be as they once were.
Nope.
If we can restore a modicum of normalcy to their lives, maybe that will be enough for them to move forward. If we're to achieve that, we have to work harder. I have to work harder.
Always pushing herself.
Oh? Lest you misunderstand, I wasn't fishing for a compliment. As I said, I'm doing this because I want to.
Just take it.
Still, I appreciate your support.
Eyes going again.
Well, our work here is done. We should be heading back.
If I could do that trick where you can, like, basically flip your eyelid inside out, that would probably be real helpful.
I hope Alphino and Zero haven't gotten into any trouble. I cannot imagine how awful it must have been to serve as Xenos' avatar. To not only suffer him, but so much else.
Suffer me now!
She's a fighter, all right. Like you and me.
Kana boom. It just never stops. Meanwhile, at Tertium. Cheese!
Thank you, miss. Thank you. This feels strangely familiar.
Excuse me, Alphino. My wife, she's come down with a high fever. Do you think you could take a look at her?
Of course. Give me a moment. Zero, may I leave the rest here to you?
Fine by me.
He's not really a doctor, but I get maybe there's healing. Maybe healing magic does something about it.
Thank you again for your help. Zero, was it? I take it you're one of Alphino's comrades?
Not his, really, but close enough.
Comrade? We've entered into a cooperative pact, if that's what you mean.
Pact? No, nothing so formal. What I mean is, you must know each other well. Be on good terms, enjoy each other's company. that sort of thing.
She barely knows him.
Then no, he's not my comrade. I have none. Nor will I ever, I think.
Oh.
Did I say something odd?
Yes.
No, not at all. On the contrary, it makes sense. When Alphino and the contingent first arrived, we rejected them out of hand. Whatever they may have claimed, they were the enemy. Savages with their savage ways. To accept their help was to admit defeat. But no matter how poorly we treated them, they didn't turn their backs on us. They stayed and listened. That's just the kind of people they are. Makes sense they'd get along with someone like you who tries to push others away.
Yep. They have a habit of getting under skin.
I'm upholding my part of the bargain. There's nothing more to it than that.
If you say so. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten why I came.
Whoops.
We all get rations, and considering the work you're doing, you're as good as one of us.
I am running low on ether. Very well.
Bun.
Azim step-style dumplings. Buds, they call them.
I'm losing my brain again.
Never had a dumpling. It's like a kind of bread stuffed with a filling. Meat or vegetables usually, that you bake or steam.
Like hams.
We have our own recipes in Garlemald too. My mother liked to make them. My brother and sister always fought over the jam-filled ones. Just think of it as bread, alright?
Steamy. Gooey.
I should warn you though, they're spicy. Helps them keep longer, I assume. Too much for the children to handle though.
Interesting.
Interesting good, or interesting...
Interesting. Ooh, boy.
I don't know much about taste. Not anymore. But I do feel a sensation in my mouth.
That would be the burning.
Is that a bad thing?
Not necessarily.
That's enough for me. I've heard it said that spices are more akin to fire than flavors. Perhaps that makes them easier to understand.
Oh, Eulus, getting acquainted with Zero, are we?
I suppose I am.
No harm in that. Acquaint away.
Acquaint to your request.
Ah, everyone is here. Excellent. Thank you all for your hard work. I've just finished up myself. Shall we go and find Estinian?
Alphino! Alize!
Uh-oh. There a problem? Let's see, what do we got here? Urchin pasta, melon pie, euros, tomato salad. You know what? The melon pie could go fit in with all my my 30 plus others. Forgive me the interruption, but I come with grave news. A horde of Void Sent are approaching from the mountains to the east. Their numbers are beyond anything we've ever seen. Well, no need to worry about where they're coming from then. What? But Ishtola and the others! Anyone outside of Tertium is in danger. We must find and bring them all here at once. Can we count on your aid, Zero? I've already settled the debt for my question. I'm not obligated to help. What's more, death in this world is absolute. You asked me to put my life on the line. Without suitable payment, I will do no such thing. That's fair. What do we have to offer that might be enough? You're right, Zero. You're not obligated to help, and I wouldn't presume otherwise. Nevertheless, we are in need. Assuming the booze I gave you is, worth anything, would you be at least willing to stand watch at this encampment? That way, more of us will be able to go out and see the people to safety. Very well. Unless we come under attack, I'll do no more than stand watch. I dare say Tertium will be safe enough with Zero here. Let us go and find Ishtola and the others, and assist them with the evacuation. Whew, gonna be a thing. Hold on a moment. Yeah, I'm willing to bet this is still part of dadgum tinnitus-induced sleep deprivation. I hate my ear, I really do. Anyway, what's the big deal? What's gonna happen here? Tertium will be fine. Julius and his people have weathered far worse. We must make haste to the snowcraft, where our friends and the engineers should be. Given their position, they may soon find themselves at the mercy of the Void Scent. If it comes to it, we must prepare for battle. You know, the fact that you're like basically covered in shimmers that's distorting you is basically proof. I'm ready, don't you worry. Oh, I know she's ready. She's always ready. How about you? I am ready. I'm ready! Okay. Item level 3, 630. Ooh, I'm so below that. But I should be fine. Huh? Why am I looking back there?
Report. Lost contact. When? Void Scent. I'd bet my life on it. Understood. I'll investigate at once. A unit transporting supplies has gone silent en route to Broken Glass. I will go and search for it. Stay here and keep watch. But be ready to answer my call.
If it was Void Scent, you'd be a fool to go alone.
Will you go, Zero?
They'll find you before you find your men. And then they'll devour you as well.
Devour the sour.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I don't stand a chance, but I can't just abandon them.
I can't repay you for the bread if you're dead. I'll go.
What? No! I couldn't possibly ask you to do that.
It's a transaction. Too late.
I'm far better suited to dealing with Void Scent. It makes sense. Or do you mean to say you'd rather I stay here because you can't protect this place on your own?
Ooh. No need to shoot his pride like that.
Fine. Just don't do anything stupid. Promise me.
When are we ever gonna fix that train?
Damn these demons!
Return to the camp. Now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Kindred, why do you interfere?
Business.
Ah, of course. You sold your soul to feed.
Talk shit, get sliced.
I have taken bread, but my soul is forever mine.
I thought about trying to be a Reaper once, but then when it was basically described to me by the instructor, I was just like, No, thank you. Okay, what do we have here? Let's see. Infernal Slice combo. 1, 2, 3. Nightmare Scythe combo. 1 and 2. Looks like the AoE stuff. And Bloodbath. That's the healing thing. Engravement. That's a jumping attack. Communal. Unexpected damage to target and all enemies nearby with potency of 1100. So AoE magic shot.
A deal is a deal.
Oh, it killed it.
I cannot let you pass.
Fume!
More of them. Still more.
Ah, shit. Gran Racero! Not you again. Oh, hello there, fancy man. Oh, I see what I'm doing wrong. I should be standing in those. And fire! Move, 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 move. Fire! Ooh, that hurt.
Not good.
These again?
I can't.
Ah, come on. I was in there. But I know this is supposed to happen anyway.
How?
Get them eyes out of your legs.
How big must the gate be for their light to come through? Is this it then? Just like that time. When light still shone upon the world. When the Contra Memoria still raged.
Stand aside if you value your life.
Life.
We're only after women and wine. Darkness can take the rest.
Do you not recognize a woman when there's one in front of you? Hey!
You're not taking another step towards that village.
Stupid girl. You were warned.
Hey, she uses weapons like me. Yeesh. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Now this is good choreography.
And now we can get back to our business.
Ah, my ears. Ooh.
Get up! Get up, damn you!
Those ice flakes were a very nice touch.
Too weak. I need help. Someone, please. The same mistakes, the same ends. Again and again. What should I? What could I have done? What? Who?
Hmm? Oh. Hey, it's me!
You. What are you doing here?
Y'shtola and Estinian had matters well in hand, so we went where we were needed.
Of course they would. That may not work on her.
Can you stand?
Come on. Come on, you want to be the tough girl? You gotta be tougher than that.
All right. I will let it burn. This fire in my breast. Let it burn and rage and guide.
Attack like an explosion, then retreat like a storm.
we're not too late. Can you still fight? Press the attack.
Bunk. Alright, Mr. Orb Chair, you die now. Nope, can't do anything about that. Or that.
Just warming up.
Aha!
My strength is spent. I'll only get in your way.
Chin up. We'll get through this together.
Oh, he's doing the spears thing again, is he?
Split up.
Stay sharp.
Oh good, she was gonna get into one. I was afraid she wasn't.
Watch out.
Everyone all right?
I deployed that too late.
Not finished yet.
Rocks. Destroy the rocks. Alright, fine, I'll focus. His spirit bomb is almost ready. Actually, no, it wasn't.
I will repay this debt.
Oh, here he goes with the bugs again. Uh-oh. Oh well, still didn't hurt that much. Been a little paranoid by unfinal stings. I think that would have hurt a little more than it did. Oh, screw it. I'm just gonna have to leave my left eye shut for a while, I think. Ugh. Oh, big rocks.
This has gone on long enough. I will finish it. Now! Let's buy her some time.
Alright. Doing what I can as tank. Oi, you over there. Die. You too. You gonna tone. Whoa.
Well done!
We won't die because we plan to live. Stuck by a big sword.
You did well to find me out here.
We have Euless to thank for that. He was quite worried when he called.
Yep, more dead if not for you.
No. If it was not for you and the others,
Well, let's not fuss over details. We should return to Tertium. Can you make it that far?
I think so.
That was cool.
Zero, are you all right?
Well enough. No void scent struck here, did they?
No, and there weren't any more casualties thanks to you.
Oh.
Again?
What are you doing?
Keeping you from falling.
You'll have no debts to repay, if that's what you're worried about. If anything, I owe you a week's worth of boots.
The pronunciation on that just makes it seem like he owes her not meat buns, but alcohol. Zero's convalescing aboard the train. Euless has already given her something to eat, so I suppose all we can do is wait. I cannot help but wonder, though, what possessed her to go and fight all those void scent on her own? Not that I know the going rate for such things, but I doubt one booze would suffice. I think someone has been a bad influence on her. Well, it can't have been me. Oh, I'm just joking. Or am I? In any case, many people owe her their lives. I'll be sure to thank her when she's back on her feet. King of the Mountains. As Alize said, many people owe Zero their lives. That this is not her world, nor her battle to fight, yet she risked life and limb for us nonetheless. That will not soon be... That will be... That will not be soon forgotten. Now then, I expect that our friends will return soon. Once everyone has gathered, we can take stock of the situation. You are junk man? I have junk. I didn't think so. Never hurts to check, though. Apologies for the delay. I finished replenishing my aether. Full glad am I to hear it. We must thank you again, Zero. Indeed, many are still alive because of you, those soldiers not least of all. How fared you? Better than I did by all accounts. We had to contend with our fair share of void sent en route to the snowcraft, but we had the benefit of numbers. With their help, we quickly dispatched all the void sent that came our way. Thankfully, they stayed dead in our world. We were trying to decide what to do next when we received word about the transport. Which is how Alice, Yuhime, and I came to find you. While the immediate threat has been addressed, we cannot rest easy yet. For void sent to appear in such numbers, we must assume that a void gate has indeed been opened nearby. Meaning more of them can come through at their leisure. It seems the best course of action is to investigate Lapis Manalis, as you intend. What is the state of the snowcraft? Nearly operation, I believe. Vitra is with the engineer, who is hard at work as we speak. Why don't we join them in Cerulia engines? Finally, a chance to go on the offensive. I would join you as well. I wouldn't dream of refusing you, but what did you have in mind for payment? Payment won't be necessary. She's doing it pro bono. I will do this because I want to. You have kindled something within me, a compulsion, a desire to act that has been burning since you came to my aid out in the snow. I do not understand it, but I wish to, and to that end I will heed it. Then perhaps I'll understand your answer. Smirk. I would also like to join you in tracing the void sent to their origin, though that would mean neglecting my duties here. Don't worry about us. Between my people and the contingent, we can keep things running well enough. Just find where the void sent are coming from and see that they stop. My god, I better still have their text on my phone, because this is utterly ridiculous. My eye just keep leaking and feel like it has a constant film over, like half film over it. I will. And the only culprit I can think of is slight pressure from when I was sleeping on the left side of my head is all. Which apparently just sets it off for around 24 plus hours. Stupid. And I'm flying the wrong way. And again, the fact that I'm flying sort of disproves it, and they say you can't approach by foot or by air. Die, brain do be dying. I'm gonna be going... Where is the vehicle? I demand to see the vehicle! There you are! Your timing couldn't be better! Thanks to Varshan's help, I managed to finish the repairs faster than I anticipated. The Mammoth's ready for the snow once more. You can leave the piloting to me, too. It'd be my pleasure to get you to where you need to go. You are too kind, thank you. Let's be on our way then, shall we? Gonna somehow navigate those drifts there? Maybe with a little drifting of our own. Lapis Manalis. Hey, just who I wanted to pick. Perfect. Wait, nope, that's not right. Nope.
Let's give it our all.
Oh, he can only be two. He can't be all three.
'Twould be a pleasure as always.
There we go then. This'll do. Lapis Manalis. Ah! You know what? I'll take it as a mammoth. Hell, it even reminds me of the Halo 3 mammoth. Enjoy the ride. You know, it also reminds me of that drill from the just before we breach EarthGov sector in Dead Space 2. It's a nice ride so far. I gotta move to initiate something, or just... I got no clue. Anyway. Yep. Yeah. I can't see where was that. I didn't want to stand in that kind of stupid... That one dead next. How's it transonic? Nope, they want the big one dead now. Old school monster noises. Bunk. Whoa! Interesting how it's just regular monsters. Take the big bird down! Bonk. This is it, eh? Alright then. What was that? Via Nivalis? Oh yeah, she's right. Can't see the Tower of Babel from here. Ganus lupus, vulpus vulpus. And a bear. Kick. A little late to target the one they wanted, but I managed it. They do not want the bear dead. Kick. Bump. Can't believe they actually wanted the bear dead. Run, little birdie. I mean, animals. Always yelling about being too slow. Yell about something else. Oh, you big. So what do you do? A rumble in the distance? Oh, I see. It scares all the animals. Got another set coming through. Right slam. Knock on ice.
There.
Icebreaker. I see. Ah.
Let's give them a show.
Very neat. Is it just me or did he get bigger? Calling on Noah's Ark again. Ouch. I'm too busy moving, I didn't notice what the attack name was. Uh-oh. No problem. I suppose I ought to start getting some of this stuff. Materia? Bleh. That one dead, I think. Uh-oh. Alpha, why did you stand in, stupid? Supposed to know better than that.
That's far enough.
Vicus Messorum. Oh wait, Albus. Suddenly having Yu-Gi-Oh! Flashbacks to, the whole Albaz archetype now. As it was originally introduced as Albus's Nullius Filius. Kick.
You underestimate me.
She's so calm, but she sounds so angry in battle. Aiming wristbands. I suppose I could use those. What the? Mammoths? I think they're mammoths. Although they look like creepy dolls more. Oh, moving. Punk. I can look at these at my leisure. The assaults from outside tribes have markedly increased of late. The Geraldines proved an especially barbarous thorn in our sides, their nigh ceaseless pillaging no doubt an effort to hoard supplies in preparation for the coming winter. No longer able to tolerate the damages suffered by these incursions, the Senate issued an order for the king's assassination. We Reapers were asked to ready our blades. With 3 of her fellows in tow, Galatea set out under cover of night and infiltrated the enemy fortress. Their mission was a great success, which soon put the enemy to rout. I forget if Galatea is the name of the trainer or not. Did I see purple goop there for a moment? Choker of casting, later. Let's see. Maintenance of the Galatea must be handled with the utmost of care. The delicate art of their making has long since been lost, making repairs difficult and reproduction all but impossible. The knowledge was kept secret, passed down to those who would inherit the position of Master Dollmaker. That is, until one man chose to break with tradition. He claimed to be leaving on a journey in pursuit of an unparalleled beauty, but we never learned the truth of it. The only thing that is certain is the art of our forebears left with him. Might that be the same man who happened to make all of those different cursed minion toys? Galatea Magna. Now that's a pretty doll.
That's far enough.
Right, depends on which way she's looking. Alright, that just happens then. Wait, no, I see. Ah. The reverse. 3, 2, 1, 4.
Let's give them a show!
Dinner and a show! Alright, this one's fine then.
That's far enough!
You cannot stop us!
You now!
Ah, I was hoping to kill her. Equal to Drusilla. Interesting. Healing? I ain't got no healing classes. Uh-oh. Woo! Descend into Fawn's Monolith. Nothing. Snakes! Why did it have to be snakes? And crabs. How about all of you slow down a little? That's that bunch done with. No way to know which one to try to target now. Oh wait, that one. That's how I can tell.
This will hurt. That's far enough.
Nothing for fending. Why am I not surprised? This is why I don't open these a lot of the time. At least not now that I've hit 90. Get bombed.
You cannot stop us!
Ooh, it's blue and it's fire. It's the hottest fire. Up. Oh boy. This is a lot. This is quite a lot. Phew. That is indeed a very big hole there. Ugh.
All shall cower before the might of Archfiend Kanyatso!
Drowned King. Are they all Italian?
I've been waiting so long! Don't disappoint!
This will hurt.
Brace yourselves! I bring my all to bear!
Antediluvian.
Drink deep of blackest terror!
Should be fine.
Darkness, take you!
Didn't start off in the right place, but, you know, it worked out.
Wonder how you'll taste. That'll the so whet the appetite.
Ah, wet. I get it. Very funny. Deep tide. Ron Obvious of Leap's End. Don't just stand there. Attack it.
No more games.
Passage of Arms.
Be swallowed by tide.
I hope that helped.
Right. How do you like this?
It is annoying how you warp around all the time. Ah, wait a minute, what's this? Impressive beam.
Good. A fitting flow.
That's his best Jammer impression. Oh, you missed, Alizé.
Why are you still alive?
I'm tenacious like that. Tenacious, like the letter D. Uh-oh. Whoosh. Oh, I choked it, damn it. Crap. I like underground water caves. They're very cool. More focused drink. This music is weirdly upbeat for fighting an archfiend. Like, I would associate this more like of a big epic battle with Team Rocket if they were actually trying. Alright, get that itch out of the way, and start again!
I've been waiting so long! Don't disappoint! Brace yourselves! I bring my all to bear!
I mean, you say that now, but then you say you were implying that you were playing around later. Ah, that last jump always screws with me.
Great deep of blackest terror! Wonder how you'll taste.
I am delicious.
Battle to so whet the appetite.
You underestimate me!
I have you!
Damn, he's charging real well.
No more games.
Here I go again.
Swallowed by the tide. What? That's not right.
That's not right.
How do you like this?
Threaded it.
Good, good. The fitting finale.
Alright. Sword magic.
Why are you still alive?
Ah, come on. I should not have been knocked out of my intercept. Well, intercede. The half turtle is down. he fancies himself an alligator snapper. More healing? Jeebus cripes. Why do I even bother?
Tell me one thing, Cagnazzo. A dragon of our world crossed over into yours long ago, but I have felt her presence here again. What is the meaning of this?
Tell me, my little prosciutto.
I dare say what you felt was this.
By the sisters. What have you done to Ashdaya?
If you want answers, you'll have to get them from Lord Golbez. Assuming you've the strength to face him.
Well, how much stronger can he be than you?
A pity I will not see the plan to fruition, but my part is done. And to fight with the thrill of battle in my heart makes it all the more worthwhile.
No! Wait! Where is she? Where is my sister?
Hey, Zero, you gonna cut him?
At long last, I go to join the great flow.
Oh, no. Well, look, at the very least, you got something of her.
By the gates closing, there can be no doubt that he was the one who opened it.
Ashdaya, I prayed we might meet once more.
Just gonna be later is all.
She is likely still in the void. Take heart. We will find her yet.
So what now?
While you discuss how to proceed with your search, I would excuse myself to look around. There may be salvage that we could use at the camp.
In that case, I'll patrol the area for more Voidsent.
My guess is we then go with what we were originally planning and just head back in.
Very well. Let us take a moment to consider our options.
Already considered. So we have discovered the source of the Voidsent outbreak in Garlemald. A gate forced open from the void. The barrier between our worlds is especially thin here, I suspect. Elsewise, I see little reason why the Reapers chose to live in such an inhospitable place. Even if the conditions are ideal, we're talking about a gate that could pass an archfiend. Opening one so large could not have been easy. In the age of Alag, Emperor Zand created an enormous portal using a prodigious amount of aether harnessed by the Crystal Tower. In theory, a similar feat should be possible from within the void. One need but have the requisite amount of aether, such as that harbored by a great worm's eye. And its aether is indeed greatly diminished. In Yuhime's vision, Golbez let his archfiends feast upon Ashdaya's aether. If he has also taken an eye to open this gate... It does not bode well, I know. Nevertheless, we must remain hopeful and continue our search. Did I not tell them that that he seemed to remark that they would never be able to eat all of the Aether? I guess I didn't. What I find curious is why our foes chose to strike now, some 5,000 years after Ajdaia vanished into the void. And while their overarching plan remains a mystery, what exactly was Cagnazzo's Cagnazzo's part in it that he had finished? Oh. Well, let's see here. I did get something of use to one of my classes, so let's see here. I could just stop closing and opening the wrong things and open and close the right things. Alright, here it is. The wristband of aiming. Here we are. Yep, that's better. Oh, Ajdaia, what has become of you that even your eye should be so spent of Aether? I cannot bear the thought of her being held captive a moment longer, but how will I find her? What must I do? Oh, calm yourself, Vitra. I appreciate that you are upset, but such passion clouds your judgment. You must endeavor to remain composed. When your mind is clear, we may consider how to proceed with our search. You are right. You are right. In the meantime, I will help Alphinaud and Alisaie back at the village. That sounds like a fine idea. We should go as well. Should we? Wow, I'm actually staying in a place like this for a long amount of time. Seriously, who set this place on fire? And why is it still burning like the Simpsons tire fire? I wonder how I got back up. I don't see Vitra with you. Is everything all right? He needs a moment to himself. While he is indisposed, we thought we'd lend you a hand. I just finished patrolling the area, so we're fine on that front. There are no signs of Void Scent, and I doubt we'll see any more now that the gate has been closed. As for Alphinaud, he set his sights on the ceruleum spring. Oh, that's what that is. We're hoping to take as much of the stuff as the snowcraft can bear. That much fuel would keep the people warm for a good while. We've managed to procure a few suitable containers for transporting the ceruleum, and we're about to return to the spring. If you have a mind to scrounge up more containers, I can take what you have now and get them filled. Thank you, Astidian. The more we can load into the snowcraft, the better. Would you and Ishtola mind helping us with our search then? And you'll need to take any suitable containers to the spring and then back to the snowcraft once you've filled them with ceruleum. Is this going to be implied, or do I have to actually do something? Blah. A bottomless barrel. Less a container and more a sieve, given its poor condition and visible holes. Dilapidated barrel? Obviously not. Hole-poked barrel? Nope. Oh, sturdy. Container appears to be well suited for repurposing. Would be a fine choice for cerulean storage. Ah, I knew it. Oh, hey, we put her back over there, I guess. Is there really no way we can put out these fires so that it doesn't just burn eternally and waste all of it? Not to mention the fumes probably aren't all that healthy to breathe in either. If that one has been filled, you should hurry and take it to the snowcraft. Estinian has already seen to the rest. Go on ahead. The others ask that I remain here in the event they find more. Oh, good. Much closer. All but overflowing with cerulean containers. However, several of your comrades have yet to arrive. Perhaps a nearby vantage point will afford you a more favorable view. What the heck? Sound like something popped or something in the wall. Or outside. Either one. We're still missing one dragon.
Is Ritra not back yet?
Ah, there we go.
My apologies for the delay.
Are you all right?
I am. As distressing as this turn of events was, the eye itself gives me cause to hope. While it is no longer possessed of Ajdaya's will, it may yet lead us to her. Were it not for your encouragement, I would never have dared to embark on my search, much less come this far. I will not lose faith. I will find my sister, wheresoever she may be.
We'll return the eye to her, together.
And then she'll be able to
Though
see.
tainted, the eye has not fully succumbed to darkness. Ajdaya herself may have been able to resist its influence.
Well, as much as we'd love to take part in your next foray, we can't abandon our efforts here.
Wouldn't ask you to.
Indeed. We'll need to keep a close watch, in case the Void Gate opens again as well. Though should it prove safe to do so, I have some ideas for how we might put this village to use.
Do what you must. We will manage.
To free Ashdaya, I expect we will have to deal with Golbez once and for all. After which you may undertake your work without worry.
It'll be all good.
We look forward to the glad tidings.
You'll take good care of everyone, won't you?
What? Why do you ask me this?
I caught myself.
Because comrades look out for one another. And I can't think of anyone more qualified to keep them safe.
What about me?
True. I will do no less than I've promised.
If our respective plans are settled, then let us head back.
Isn't it cute? She's learning how to be human again. I suppose this is where we part ways for now. Though we have every faith in you, we will pray for your safety all the same. I'm glad we had the chance to talk, Zero. Take care, and until next time. Always got to tug on the hat. Till next time. King Urchin Loaf, melon juice, Garlean pizza, Lohtan rump steak. Melon juice. Another way to say breast milk. Am I right in assuming that we are to return to the Void? Now that matters here have been settled, yes. But first we should return to Radzathan to prepare. When everyone is ready, let us convene at Megaduta. Yeah, just crossed 4 hours. Okay. Whoa. Fast ninja. Ah, I better get repaired real quick. All right. I keep forgetting how many of these shops are here, but they're never open. What is this doctor doing here? I do not trust him. Giving me serious Dr. Ned vibes.
If everyone is ready, then let us depart for Al-Zadal's legacy.
Uh-oh. Oh my god! That's big fire.
What was that?
Another delay.
A deluge of ether. The mark of a terrible magic.
It wasn't far from here. Let's go.
Hey, you! Stop! If you're thinking of taking to sea, don't!
What has happened?
We were out working our nets when a light suddenly shot up over Buffalo Isle with a boom.
Boom!
A massive fiend then took to the skies. Another blasphemy, we feared. But we didn't linger to find out.
It's okay, it's not a blasphemy. It's just an archfiend.
Did you see where it was headed?
I can't say for sure, but it looked like it was northward bound.
And trucking.
I see. Our thanks for the warning, and do not let us keep you.
But the Coke will keep you. And me.
Buffalo Isle is connected to Al-Zadal's legacy. This cannot be a coincidence.
In response to Karnyatso's defeat, they have come for our gate.
So it seems. I would ascertain the situation at the vault, but the fiend must be dealt with, ere people come to harm.
But that means they would have had to make their own gate, so in other words, why would they want our gate? Because they have their own gate now.
I shall assume my dragon form and seek it out at once.
Wait. You heard the fisherman. A blasphemy, they called it.
They thought it was a blasphemy.
If another flying creature was sighted now, others will assume the worst and panic will spread. This is not the way.
I'll do it.
You are right, Estinian. I will gather my soldiers and search the Isle for casualties. As you wish. The fiend is yours.
Though honestly, I would think that if the people would be well informed enough to think that, hey, you see a dragon shape flying overhead? Hey, that's just your lord. That's just the satrap. It's all right.
Very well.
More pro bono work?
Then Estinian and I will make for Al-Zadar's legacy and secure the gate.
Stay on your guard. The enemy is clever and will have anticipated our response. Be safe, my friends, and may the sisters guide your steps.
Where do we go then? You can't fit on Sheila with me. We know the fiend was headed north, but that still leaves a lot of ground for us few to cover. We need a way to conduct our search more efficiently. Do you have any ideas? People? In other words, we seek help from the locals. If you think it best, then very well. So, where to then? I don't know. The great work in the encampment at the Hamza Hatchery. If both places are to the north, then the people there may indeed have seen something. Very well, I will head to the great work and leave the encampment to you. I gotta go see the people that make fat birds. these little giant armadillo things taking baths from their own tails. At least I assume that's what they're doing. Saw the light over Baflau remnants too, did you? We've sent scouts to investigate, but they've yet to report back. We will continue to keep watch here, but if you learn anything, be sure to let us know. These fishermen saw a fiend emerge from the Baflau remnants before heading north, you say? Hey, I saw what I thought was a ball of flame hung from the explosion, but now I wonder. It flew north in the direction of Kadga. If it is in fact a fiend, then we have trouble on our hands. We must remain vigilant. Ah, you again. I presume you've come to investigate the explosion at the Baflau remnants as well. We've yet to ascertain precisely what happened. Is there any information you can share with us? A fiend emerged from the explosion and flew towards Katka? By the sisters! Had I learned of this sooner... Never mind. There is no time to waste. Pizza. Pizza. What's this about? Confound it! We were so concerned with the explosion that we failed to recognize that the threat had not yet passed. We must alert command at once and instruct the people to seek shelter. Way to the top of Kadga? What? You mean to go there to investigate? Then again, you are more than capable of defending yourself. As you wish, we will leave this in your hands. The Giant Skull grounds are situated at the base of Kadga. I myself am not familiar with the mountain paths, but the quarry workers are bound to know many. Ketanur, for instance. He has worked there the longest. Go well, my friend, and may the sisters keep you. You want to climb Khadgar? You couldn't have chosen a worse time. There was an earthquake earlier and it triggered a rock slide. I'm afraid the main path to the summit may be blocked. But if you're determined to go, then I suggest you speak with Sramul. Well, he climbs like a langur and might know some other way up, if not the gentlest. He climbed like monkey, you say? How to reach the top of Kadga? After what has happened, that should be the last place anyone sane would want to be. But yes, I am familiar with another route that should still be possible. I was once afraid of heights, you see, and used it to build up my courage. Though I cannot say I have the courage to brave it under these conditions. I'll take you there to where the route starts, but no further, alright? Good enough for me. Ring, 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 phone call, phone call.
Hello, can you hear me?
No.
We were too late. The vault has been destroyed. The alchemical furnace with it.
Damn.
This was their true objective, to deny us entry into the void. Kanyatso and Ajdaya's eye were a diversion. A means to detain us in Garlemald, while they went to work here. To reduce the vault to rubble. That which you hunt is no ordinary foe. Have care.
Rarely do I ever hunt anything ordinary. Yoo-hoo!
Such an exquisite sight. A canvas of vibrant colors. As was our world, too, once.
Dr. Livingston, I presume. Do you really need your hand in the cape?
I am Rubicante, the Archfiend of Fire.
Fires over Rubicon. Looking forward to Armored Core 6. I knew it! I knew his feet were two different types.
Yet in spirit, I remain a man. A prisoner of the past.
Oh my god, you two? My goodness, why can't people just let go of the past? Great, now I've got a new Emmett Selk on my hands.
Such tears I wept when darkness consumed the world. Until Lord Golbez came and spoke of salvation. Thus do I walk proudly at his side, to see his dream fulfilled. Your heart is pure. For benevolent cause you seek the dragon.
Something tells me his entire body is split in half. And that just reminds me of Flazard.
But I cannot allow you to have it. Cannot allow you to interfere. If you would continue, then there is but one recourse.
Chinese checkers.
I shall await you at the summit. Come, mortal. Come and weigh your righteousness against mine.
Is it really necessary for him to become a fireball? Mount Ordeals. That's a terrible name for a mountain. More waiting time. Less than 5 minutes? Oh, I'm sure. Oh, wow. Already got both healers and 1 DPS. Impressive. Oh, hold on. Oh, never mind then. I won't get to check. Wait, can I? 595. Good. Oh, duh. Why am I even looking? It would obviously prevent me from selecting it if my gear was too low. Always the DPS. Always 1 DPS. Choose yes, you bitch! Thank you. My rock is so handy. You can put your cape down now, you know? Autarch of Flame.
You stayed the course, as I knew you would. As too will I. Come!
How did we get here?
The Archfiend of Fire has no equal.
Something tells me it's possible to get pushed off of this. And I don't like that.
The glory of fire.
What the? How do you do that?
Flames to lick at your heels.
I'm gonna get hit.
Flames to me.
Ah, fuses, eh? Oh, I see. Sent the fuse. Sent the fuse to the portal. Dadgummit, no. Don't detarget. Hero Maro Minorski. Oh, I thought it was Minovsky for a moment, but there's a Gundam reference in there. Ah, this is neat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah, we lost the DPS.
Flames to lick at your heels.
Alright, this again. To rotate. Uh-oh.
Dark flames to me.
Oh, that was immediate. That didn't require stage 2. Crap.
Naught but ash will remain.
Well, suppose I came out of that all right. Okay, that was not a gather up one. Got it.
All will burn. Allow me to show you real flame.
You're all welcome.
You've strength worthy enough of pride. But will it be enough?
Oh, action time?
I am one with the flame.
Oh, finally. Oh. He's becoming Spawn!
You are the first to behold this form.
Resurrección, segunda etapa.
The flames rise higher. Look now on my essence made pure. Destruction incarnate.
Alright, took a slight hit there. Not that big of a deal, though we do are down to DPS.
To ashes with you.
Don't stand that close to me. Uh-oh. This way. Oh, yeah, that was a slight mistake. Alright, I'm tank now.
I shall tear you asunder.
Over here. Alright. Other tank's back up, so I'll let them have it again. Alright, let me see if I can figure this out then. I'm gonna fire it that way. That will turn. Direct it. Where would that direct it? Aha!
Dark flames to me.
God, that's hard to read. You know what? You're right. You're probably right there. Oh, thanks a lot for that, healer.
Will remain.
How long does this guy go on for? Yeah, that was not a great time to activate that. Keep going, keep going. This is new.
Destruction incarnate.
Oh wait, no, that's not new.
The flames rise higher.
Ah, I forgot to put my Sheltron on. And how did the other tank take down his?
Ashes with you.
Right then.
Come, oh God.
Oh. Stay here, stay here.
I shall tear you asunder!
Oh, geez, almost all the DPS are gone. Uh-oh, what was that? What was that? Oh, never mind. Move this way, that will move it towards that. Yeah.
Dark flames to me!
That way, we'll turn, move that to there. Back to a spot like this, yeah.
Naught but ash will remain.
Yeah, getting a bit better at this. Here we go with the spinning again. Not now, I please. Whoop, move it, move it. Alright, minus a major screw up, I think we've got him.
Destruction incarnate!
Yeah, he did.
Flames rise higher!
Woohoo! Ooh, that was wild. Sorry it had to end this way, Ruby boy. And maybe you could do me a favor and tell me what his plan was. I'm thanking her for pulling me out of that.
It seems I was a step too slow.
Just a little.
To defeat all of us archfiends, you are strong indeed.
What is it he's up to?
You would know my lord's true purpose.
Yep.
Very well. The knowledge will not change the outcome. Listen then, and learn how all began.
I don't think you've got time left for that. Oh! Never mind. Don't have to say a word. water, fire, wind, and earth.
How long has it been since the world was undone? Since light and life gave way to darkness and undeath? Since we were reduced to beasts befouled, squabbling over what scant ether remains? But you are different. You remember who you were and the paradise for which you fought. That world will never be ours again. But we need not suffer in this purgatory of death and rebirth forever. Join me, and together we shall seek the promised land.
Where they have glazed MacGuffins?
There is no hope. No freedom from the wheel. You speak a fantasy.
I speak truth. The Ascian's revelation. There are other worlds than this. Ours is but one of 14. There is no greater proof than the whispers we hear, born of a neighboring reality. A reality to which we may journey if we can but break down the barrier that divides us.
You meant it then. We will take this world as our own. Count me in.
So long as he gets to fight.
In return for your strength, I offer you opportunity to pursue your own ends in service to a greater cause.
So dramatic.
A glorious kingdom of light, wherein all may know death's sweet embrace.
A suicide pact, then.
And thus did we begin our great work.
You intend to forsake the 13th and conquer the Source?
Just so. Our home is a lost cause. Our only choice to begin anew.
Well, as you can tell, there are people here who are willing to fight to keep it, this one as is.
In this world, where we may reclaim our mortality.
You served Golbez of your own volition.
As atonement for my failures, I tried to be a hero. Tried to stop the war. But I could not.
What war?
So in turn you wage another.
A means to a final end. The wheel of depravity must be broken. Even the most exalted succumb. We eat and deepen the stain upon our souls, until only the hunger remains. Is this to be our fate for all eternity?
I don't know. About this and a great many things. But I do know that it's wrong to damn another to save yourself. Not everything need be a trade. This I learned from the people of this world. Even without a contract, Without any expectation of personal gain, they labor for one another.
We do. Some of us, at least.
I didn't understand it at first, and perhaps I still don't. But if I'm to achieve something, I'd rather do it their way. Else I am already a hunger-maddened beast.
Perhaps we have indeed surrendered to the hunger after a fashion. Make for our moon. There you will find both Lord Golbez and your dragon.
Well, hopefully they won't have any Loporrits there. Why are you telling us?
To be so viciously slandered. Pride demands I prove my virtue at the last.
I didn't slander you, I just asked.
And perhaps your own will resonate with his, and draw forth that singular jewel which abides deep within his heart.
He's got a gem in his heart? Probably had that removed.
A desire which lies beyond his quest to free us from our purgatory. A desire all his own.
My inquiries delayed me. I'm not accustomed to conversation, clearly. But I'm glad I arrived in time to speak with Rubicante. As much as I understand his motives, I believe there's a better way. Yours. The future you strive for is one I wish to see. And I want to know why I feel this way. Why this fire burns in my breast. It's called heartburn. There's nothing more for us here. What of Alzadal's legacy? Has there been any word from Ishtola and the others? It's not good. Not good at all. I see. Frustrating, perhaps, but better that the gate be destroyed than used to unleash more void scent. We should return to Megaduta and rejoin the others. Ah, that's good. I just remembered something. Aha! Yes! I didn't sell this healing garbage. Alright, how badly is it really destroyed?
Thank goodness you're both all right. Unfortunately, we have nothing further to report apart from the loss of the gate. But tell us, how did you fare on the mountain?
I told it on the mountain.
Golbez aspires to deliver Voidsent unto the source, where they may die and return to the life stream to be reborn.
Far be it for me to deny them, but the cost to our people would be beyond unconscionable.
Indeed, Voidsent themselves are inherently dangerous. Never mind the chaos sure to follow should the barrier twixt our worlds be shattered. 'Twould be naught less than a calamity.
Oh, we unfortunately cannot let it happen.
Certainly not. That said, our task has been rendered rather difficult.
Indeed. Rubicante have deprived us of a means to cross into the void.
Kenyatso's faint. That was doubtless what he meant when he said his part was done.
Golbez sacrificed 2 archfiends just to stop us. He must need more time to break the barrier to our world.
Then the days ahead will be critical. We must find a way back to the 13th.
We could employ another Atomos, but that approach would only be viable if we found another planar fissure. An unlikely prospect. Better we explore other avenues. If you will excuse my absence, I shall return to Sharlayan to look for information.
By all means. Meanwhile, I shall seek the counsel of our alchemists.
I have a slight idea.
Time is of the essence, so wish me luck.
Go on ahead then.
I'm no scholar. I'll find another way to keep myself busy here.
Yeah, keep the soldiers trained. Yeah, let's go with the training.
Rest assured, I never shirk my training. I will be ready for whatever awaits.
Zero. May we call upon thee when next we venture unto the 13th.
Aye. And in case you're wondering, I won't ask for further payment. I will go for myself, to try and understand why I spoke the words I said to Rubicante. And the fire I felt within, when you all came to my aid in Garlemald.
That's called humanity.
While our esteemed sorceress battles her tomes, let us see to our own affairs.
I will not fail you again, sister.
He's never gonna heal that, apparently. Wait, Ranulph? Is that actually... That guy actually trying to be like Ranulph from Fire Emblem? Huh. Cool. Anyway. Before you leave, I would once more express my gratitude. By your hand has Thavnir been saved yet again. But before you delivered my people, you helped me rediscover hope. When the sight of my sister's eye left me bereft and adrift for a time. We may have lost the gate in Asdal's legacy, but there must be another way to travel to the void, and together we will find it. For now, I bid you rest and recover your strength. I too shall have my vessel improved ahead of our next foray. To achieve his ends, Golbez sacrificed his 4 generals. Such a ruthless foe is unpredictable in the extreme, but no matter what he plots, we shall do our utmost to see that he does not succeed. Oyo. Ah, there's the moon. Wait, the Blood Moon? We're in the second half of Bloodborne! Meanwhile, on the moon in the 13th. Ah, yeah, she still rides. Very good. I thought she was, like, frozen before.
Cagnazzo and Rubicante have joined with the Great Flow. In this world, 'tis the ravenous who are useful, and few were as ravenous as they. You were fine pawns, my archfiends, and you have played your parts to perfection. But with the goal in sight, I need no minions to do my bidding. Hereon, I shall walk alone.
Uh-oh. Whoa. What's this? Ah, so that's their Earth. It's the dirtiest marble I've ever seen.
At long, long last, the end draws nigh.
No.
The end to life on that star. And the end to my suffering.
Ooh. Why is he in the moon? Why is he in the moon? Beyond closed gates awaits your foe, where no paths leads and none may go. Oh! Hey, look at that! I've made it to the end of current MSQ content. Cool. I didn't think I ever would. Now I must ponder what to do next. What is that doing there? That shouldn't be there. Neither should this. Oh, that's right. I wanted to sell this. I don't remember now. Huh. I had honestly thought that like the content was further along than where I was. Well, that's neat. Guess that means I'll have to think of other things to fill this future streams with. Oh, that reminds me. Not bad, but I suppose I'll need to be grinding more of those. Anyway. Have a big sword. Thanks. Shalalala. Anyway, that's right. I suppose I could do trials. I still have, let's see, Eden's Gate? No, that's not it. No, raids, that's it. That's it, I still got Asphodelos to finish up. Wait, no, that's Savage. No, not doing that. Let's see, Abyssos, the... Huh, did I not finish it? Could have sworn I did. I don't think I did it off camera. No, wait, I did do it. Yeah, Hephaestus' wicked plan is laid bare. The aim is to use Eric as a tool to resurrect Athena. Yeah, I did do it. Just haven't unlocked the Savage yet. Well then, I think I know one thing I can unlock. That'll be interesting to start. Let's see here. Norbrant. Yeah, I believe Tomra. Nope, actually. Probably be faster if we start. It's still tied. Oh, yeah. Yeah, here we go. Start this up. By the by, haven't seen an Og and Connaught, have you? Usually when they go this long without getting underfoot, it means they're up to something. I'd be grateful if you'd track them down and send them my way. They're peskier than a pack of pixies, but even so, I'd rather keep them where I can see them. Well, there's an Ishtola cosplayer there. That's the watch taken care of, but we never did get that key. You mean to say that you picked it up, and no one's even noticed it's missing? Splendid! I shall open the door, and then you may escort us on our foray. I think I started a little bit of this beforehand. Off stream. After all, everyone knows that the only thing that brings you more joy than being of service to your fellow man is adventure. Indeed, your adventurous spirit calls you towards ever greater challenges, no matter how staggeringly ill-advised or outright suicidal. Yeah, rude but fair, I suppose. Isn't it just? Hurry along now, there are secrets to be found here, and we'll be the ones to bring them to light, and possibly to market, depending. Maybe we'll even give you a share of the spoils. The small one, mind. Sheesh. I hope the tunnels are tall enough for me. Oh, thank goodness they are. Locked, which bodes well for us finding something worth our time within, assuming we can get it open. A moment of truth, then. Uh-oh. You want to risk a collapse? Yeah, they do. This can't possibly end well. Uh-oh. Run! Ah! Next time, warn us when you set one that's all ready to blow. Sheesh. You tiny dick. That was easy. How long have they been at it? Intruder sighted, eliminating with extreme prejudice. My goodness. I did not know HK-47 had kids. They're bulkier than I thought they'd be. Uh-oh. Oh, hey, it worked. Yeah, there was no way he wasn't going to hear those. What have you done? Those heels. Where did she get that? Wicked white. The machine life forms. Machine life forms? What are you talking about? And why didn't you blow up? I am number 2P. Call me 2P. The rest can wait. Second player. The machine life forms must be stopped. To do that, we must reach the heart of the ruins. Come. I'm sure a lot of people would, but I wouldn't. This is because I'm of the fervent belief that you don't have any sexual organs. Anog! Conog! Don't you dare! How bloody stupid are they? Listen, sinner, I know we've put you to plenty of trouble already, but I need you to stop them before they dig themselves any deeper. At this rate, someone's going to get hurt. With these two, someone always does. And it's usually me. On to the last hour, yes. Another door? Who needs this many doors? Sealed per defensive protocols, I believe. It's a bot face. Oh, they're gonna try to blow it, aren't they? Protocols, schmotocols! We've got something for this immovable object. Unstoppable force! Lolly ho. Oh dear. Well, it's almost like a shape charge. Oh, not again. Oh. It was a whole head. I didn't expect that. Yep, the elevator is unlocked. How would you like that? I'm sure you were told to keep us from getting into trouble or some such nonsense, right? There he is. But who took care of those machines? Us. Who got the door open? Us. Who's going to find out what's in there? Us. The copied factory. Alright, where would that be? Yep, there it is. Orders for this duty can be traded with itinerant Moogles. Blah! Blah! Blah to you, Moogles! Blah! I'll give it a shot, see if anybody's interested in going. It's a slight head scratcher for me on how to get it better than Renacita gear. Because this is easily the best stuff I can buy. Even with, like, tomestones. You know what? Shoot. I could probably get experience points from this. Maybe I should have used my, my Dark Knight instead. Dang it. Is he doing it? Alright, the Alliance stuff is just cash rewards, but I don't know. I feel like I could get some decent experience from the fighting. Well, at any rate, half healers are here, and we got 4 DPS. My neck feels sore. Let's see, might as well just get my usual political videos ready. For after this. There we go. Oh, one of the healers and a DPS is gone. Less than 5 minutes, and it's already almost 3. Sure. Alliance raids are the biggest lie timers of them all. Checking some emails to see who might have gone live while I was playing. You know, for raid targets later. Oh, well, more DPS. And I think the healer came back. Turn my alarms back on, even though they clearly don't do much of anything for me. And that's my Coke finished off. Another tank, more DPS, another healer, and 4.5. Better turn that off. No need to be wasting battery. So an island whose name in the tongue of the Vanu Vanu translates to a noise heard on high. On the island stands a monument engraved with a mark of Mughal design. Ugh. But no sign of the creatures themselves, leaving its origins clouded in mystery. Good, keep it that way. The less we know about Mughals, the better. Okay, first of the 2 B raids. I hope I perform well. And I'm also remembering how many abilities I would have downgraded and also locked away now that I'm basically degrading myself to level 80. He wants a snack. We have to have gone through some sort of dimensional hole or something for this to have happened. Alright, we are Alliance A. Did not understand a word of it. Not sure what to do here. Ah, we're still working with Nier mechanics. This is gonna be tricky. Ouch, I got hit. Ow, not again. Right, regular Sheltron, not holy, which means I don't get healed. And I don't have my blades, my magic swords anymore. It's have several uses of an empowered Holy Spirit and a Holy Circle. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, the gunners have returned. Uh-oh, what's this about? Okay, that's what that was about. Side striking spin? Move to the front then? Yep, I was right. Systematic airstrike. Can't see the lights too clearly. Ah, okay. I see. They're following the paths laid out here on these tracks. And here come the shooters again. We lost one of our healers. Uh-oh, laser ones. Alright, the healer's back up, but we've lost our DPS. I didn't even notice the attack. Whoop! Forceful impact. Use a systematic airstrike again. Alright. Okay. Uh-oh. That could be a problem. Ugh, not that big. Not that big of a problem. Well, not for us. Apparently the other groups had more difficulty with it. Uh-oh. Get in. Ah, shit. Front blast. Nice suppression. Destroyed. Alright. What's the loot here? Boots of Fending. I would like that, please. Casting. Don't really need. With a rolling a 28, there's no way I'm ever gonna get it. Woohoo! Small stubby. Alright. Uh-oh. I'm not sure what I as a tank am meant to be doing here. Nope, I was gonna back right into that, and I did. Alright, that's handled, I suppose. Woohoo! Whoa! Surfing! That's wearing out my boots, though. This would normally kill a person. Okay, we're all separated, all on our own, so... Volunteers detected and welcome. Commencing assessment. Oh. It's, it looks like a version... Is this Nier Automata's version of GLaDOS? Uh-oh. Yeah, I was caught by one of those. Shit. Yikes. Wait, I actually got it? Alright, I wasn't paying it. I was too distracted by the music. Alright, we got the claw back. All-mounted left arm begins to move, but do we have the right? Well, thanks for that DPS, I suppose. Potential score manipulation detected, offense taken. This is gonna be hot. Whoa! Oh, I see the bot head is called Hobbs. Where's Calvin? Oh, I see we have a character here called Gwendolyn Darksun. I could appreciate a good Dark Souls reference. Oh, I see. Someone has to gather them all up. And I guess it shouldn't be the tank because they'll bust me? Oh, nope, it is meant to be me. You can't see that because Havel here is blocking what they're saying. Anyway, trousers of aiming, no. Striking, no. I'd like to at least stick with fending at the moment. Oop, a big old tank. I feel like it should have taken those lads. At least one of them. Yow, that was big. Uh-oh. Ah, nope. Yeah, still got hit. Ah, damn it. Nope. I horribly screwed up that timing. Oh, tank's gone. Oh, yes. Now we have one of the Yorha riding units. Yorha flight mechs. Trying to get a little better vision. see what's going on and what it is I need to do. Yike! Alright. They do that. Uh-oh, better run. Block in case. Yeah. Where'd it go? Oh, is it destroyed? Ah, it's running. Oh, it's running because it lost. Anyway, did I get those shoes? I got the shoes! How did I get the shoes? Oh boy, it's the big, like, oil rig station-sized boss. Engels. That looks like it's gonna use the right arm, so over here. Oh yeah. And now the other side. Precision-guided missiles, you say? Oh! Ah, put that up too late. Got cooked a little. It's doing a double smash. Oh, okay. Doing it again? Or is it to the back this time? The back, yes. Okay, somehow that hit me, even though it didn't look like it did at all. Uh-oh. Dropping the balls. Wait, oh, I'm in the laser. Out. We're gonna have to jump, aren't we? Oh, never mind, nope. separate them? Okay. I have accidentally drawn their aggro, so... Ooh. Yeah, that's my fault. Yeah, leave that one alone. Oh well, so much for that then. Oh, Glod. Okay. God, look at all those debuffs. It's nuts. Oh, whoops. Stepped in the fire. Shouldn't have done that. Which smash was it doing? Ah, back smash, okay. Surface missiles. And smashing again, which means it's probably going to be the front half. Oh, nope, nope. I was not able to see it. Can't scroll out anymore. Incendiary saturation bombing. Oh, jeez. Oh, we are very stuck. Whew. Oh yeah, that got me. Okay, yeah, that was on me. I didn't expect that. But Moot's kind of point's kind of moot. I mean, because he's gonna die. All right, casting boots. Maiming, no. Yeah, all the pelotons. Uh-oh. We lost somebody, and they came, and then we got a replacement. Alright, so this is the last one then. I hope they let me watch this instead of starting it without me. It's a kind of spider. One controlling the machines is 9S. I would be shocked at this, but I already kind of know how it plays out. Alright then. Put the one on 2P though. Maybe I should turn my tankiness off. Hell. Oh, damn it. I saw that name too late. Dual flat cannons. I can't tell which is front and back of this thing. Okay. Watch the arms. Where are they going? Oh. Shit. Splitting up. Action time? Nope. Oh, I see. Follow her. I think. Or not. Well, that's nearly half health. Uh-oh. Getting out. Tank controls? Oh. I think I'll turn my tank on for this, I suppose. Back up. back to this. Find cover? Where do we... Okay. Behind the tank. Makes sense. Oh, but then get away from the tank, because it's gonna blow. Uh-oh. I'll tank this one. Alright, now what do we do? Oh, okay. Oh, there's a lot of missiles. Blocks again. Here, and here. That did it. Oh wow, we got it again? Alright, 9S is beaten here and now. Wait, what? Oh yeah, we did. We did it. Woohoo! You just have to fly away and reconnect for whatever reason. Yay. Alright, now then, let's see here. Aiming, pass. Maiming, pass. Defending. Yeah, that's what I thought. I never liked those stupid things. Yes, it is victory, Orion. I also noticed that for whatever reason, yeah, you were uncoupled or unfollowed or whatever. Let's see. Pod. It's a minion? Why not? A different pod, also a minion. Material storage crate. Sure, why not? Wait. To same thing. So I'll pass. And then I don't care about the music. 9S card. Whatever. Alright, commendations. Well, the Dark Souls reference gets it. That's that then. Ooh. Hold on, short one. Good try, 9S, but you're more for hacking than combat. Then again, he does seem to be outperforming 2P here. It's Pod! Well, see ya, kid. Looks like she's still got a hit. There may be others lying in wait. We should withdraw. Almost up. Let me just see if this is... I have a Dominion. Now then. Hey, hey! Don't tell me. Oh, yeah, baby! Mmm! Finally got the good stuff for glams. Woohoo! My eye.
She just collapsed. 1 minute she was walking ahead of us, the next, well, as you see here. Though after all of that, perhaps the greater shock is that you're still standing. I'm impressed, and a little bit scared. And truly, you're wasted on the petty errands that everyone else puts you up to.
Don't I know it?
Oh, are you feeling better? More importantly, who was that boy in black? How was he controlling the machines?
Not a boy, an android, an advanced machine designed in imitation of mankind, same as me.
They are shocked. You're a machine? But that's impossible! It's hard enough to make a fully functioning Ironbeard or a wind-up automaton that bears a passing resemblance to a real person. To create machines that look and act and fight like you two, who could possibly have done such a thing? And how? But, fine. Let's say for the moment that I believe you. Why would one of these androids want to attack us?
I don't know, but he's not the only one out there. I saw that lip movement, you're not fooling me. And if the other androids come looking for these ruins, I can't promise they won't be just as aggressive. Anyone who gets in their way could be in terrible danger. This whole place could be in danger.
If they're anything like what we just saw, I don't like our chances. Don't be silly. We have our clever minds. We have loads of explosives. We have an exceptionally violent assistant, and we even have an android of our own.
Am I the assistant? I'm sorry. My systems took too much damage in that battle. I don't think I'll be functional for much longer. I can only tell you what you need to do. Deep within the ruins lies the key. Find it. Thank you for being cryptic. With it, we can stop them. The machines, the androids. With it, you can restore... Restore what? Restore? Restore her to functionality, maybe? I guess that was it. She's out of power now. I didn't even bother showing her fall backwards. What in the hells was that about? Oh, a very promising discovery is what? So we must persevere. Onward, inward, away! Who do you think you are, Superman? I knew that there was something of value in there. And once we get our hands on it, they'll see. They'll all see. I think I saw some thigh squish on 2P there. Oh, nothing. What? Did you hear something? The real question is, do we pack more explosives this time? Maybe we can fit some in your pack as well. You are coming along, right? Right? Oh, who am I kidding? I know you wouldn't miss it. How charming that you continued to pretend to care about my opinion. I'll stick with the good option. Yes, yes, we both know that you're loving this. And I have a present for you. Feast your eyes on this. It's a one-of-a-kind recording device, the portable archive. If you spot anything odd, anything at all, march right up to it and let this collect its data. Then we'll have a nice set of records to review. I know, we're brilliant. Anyway, find a place for that in your pack and do take care of what other preparations need doing. We'll be ready to go when you are. And now I get music. Or the orchestrion I never bother with. Collection expanded. Portable archive acquired. Under collections, fill your archive using record data at promising spots within the ruins. Does everybody do that? I don't know. Anyway, using it. Huh, actually took some damage. I'm surprised. Let's see now. Where to end, where to end, where to end. Screw it. I'll be dropping those 2B clothes off anyway, so I can get some glams made. Actually, that reminds me, I should probably take a look at the shoes. $51 boots of Fendon. Try on. Yeah, those look nice. A little muddy, but, you know, nice heels. Whew. Yes, very hungry. Oh, the snacks I had earlier sure staved it off, but boy, am I feeling it now. All right, who do I have here? Oh yeah, and congrats to Kason for winning her auditions to be in the next Yakuza game as a hostess. I'm gonna be looking forward to seeing her. Who to raid, who to raid? we'll see what Aron's doing. Honkai Star Rail, some more waifu gacha nonsense, whatever. What are these alerts? Oh, just garbage prime loot. For games I've never planned on playing. Anyway, all set. Well, that's good. I didn't think I'd ever get to the end of MSQ stuff. Well, anyway, that's it for tonight. Please follow if you liked. Thanks for watching. Peace be with you, and may the forces of evil be confused on the way to your home. Bye.